Welcome to human society. Enjoy your stay.
This place sucks. Maybe when we go home, we should try and find Gnosis to break out of our entrapment.
Yes, let's go on the Finding Gnosis show.
Yes, let's find meaning. Let's find Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Tell us what topics you would like to see explored on the Finding Gnosis show. Don't be a passive consuming creature, sitting on your sofa with your thumb lodged up your arse all your life. Sitting there like a bored yet furious gargoyle spewing out whatever is put in your head by others, whilst balancing precariously on the edge of your sad existence. An existence of watching the thoughts of others drift past your window, and then moaning about whatever the wind blew your way. Do something. Be involved in the creative process of creating the zeitgeist, of directing the conversation, rather than just passively consuming whatever occurs. Whether up to now you have been an interested party or some snide, snarky little sideline gnome muttering at the shape of things after they have already taken form in the garden where the thoughts of others grow. If it is not to your taste, that may well be your fault for refusing to help shape it when the clay was still wet. It is up to you whether you like what emerges or not. Perhaps you are content to sit there with your thumb lodged firmly in the exit of your mind's eye, your arsehole yelping at whatever rattles past your frame of reference. Maybe that is the full extent of your appetite. Fine. But for those of you who feel something in you recoil at the thought of such a limp and spectator-bound existence, get involved. Give your opinion on where we should go to find Gnosis. Throw something on the fire. Help steer the thing. Empower yourself and others by helping shape a collective movement towards something more worthwhile than passive reaction and stale, snide, and bitter commentary. Whether you like it or not, you are part of what will be. So speak. Throw us all some topics that you would like to be discussed as we collectively try to find Gnosis. Thank you. Much.
the hell are you?
Who the fuck are you deep in?
What the hell are you? You're just memories of things you can't remember all that well.
You're just memories of things you can't remember all that well.
Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you?
Who the fuck are you deep down?
What the hell are you? You're everything that's happened and everything that's happening, and none of it was or is ever under your control. Because
you're just an eyeball inside your mind.
You're just an eyeball
inside your mind.
It's disturbing to find your whole system is just reflexive actions. Biology interacting with the environment and society.
You're just an eyeball inside your mind.
You're just an eyeball
inside your mind.
watching the world go by. You might be tormented until you go demented,
as your senses serve only to tell you bad news, bad news.
You're just an eyeball
inside your mind.
You're just an eyeball inside your mind,
with ears to listen as you talk, and feelers to feel as you walk.
thinking to yourself,
Wow, did I just say that?
wow, did I just do that? Ow, 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 that hurts. You're just an eyeball that can suffer.
That can suffer.
It's a lonely life you see inside your fleshy entity.
It's a lonely life you see, imprisoned in a hole. Your soul, it cries in pain, because you've gone insane. Who the fuck are you deep down?
What the hell are you?
Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you?
Just memories of things you can't remember
All that well.
Who the fuck are you deep down?
What the hell are you?
Just an eyeball
Inside your mind.
watching the world go by.
Bye bye. And then you die.
Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you?
Who the fuck are you deep in?
What the hell are you? You're just memories of things you can't remember all that well.
You're just memories of things you can't remember all that well.
Who the fuck are you? everything that's happened, and everything that's happening, and none of it was or is ever under your control. Because you're just an eyeball inside your mind. You're just an eyeball inside your mind. It's disturbing to find your whole system is just reflexive actions. Biology interacting with the environment and society. You're just an eyeball inside your mind. You're just an eyeball inside your mind. Watching the world go by, you might be tormented until you go demented. As your senses serve only to tell you bad news, bad news. You're just an eyeball inside your mind. You're just an eyeball inside your mind. With ears to listen as you talk, and feelers to feel as you walk. Thinking to yourself, wow, did I just say that? Wow, did I just do that? Ow, 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 that hurts. You're just an eyeball that can suffer. That can suffer. It's a lonely life you see inside your fleshy entity. It's a lonely life you see, imprisoned in a hole. Your soul, it cries in pain because you've gone insane. Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you? Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you? Just memories of things you can't remember all that well. Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you? Just an eyeball inside your mind, watching the world go by, bye bye, and then you die.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back, everyone, to Finding Gnosis Live. And tonight, guys, we're going to be looking at another powerful question we can ask ourselves and others. And that is, what are the best and worst things about humanity? Because we had people like Peter Ragnarok on here the other day talking about how our species can create breathtaking, amazing art, composed music, how we can heal souls, run into burning buildings for strangers, saving children, saving strangers from unfortunate circumstances, how we can show kindness that brings tears to your eyes. And yet, we're also the same species, guys, whether we like it or not, that starts wars, that destroys relationships, that betrays one another, that commits acts of absolute cruelty on other human beings, on other non-human animals. And, you know, such a situation does indeed make you question everything. Where does this leave us? You know, there's a lot of spiritual people come to this show. What's the spiritual significance of this matter? Are we souls on a mission to learn, to be tested, to go through some kind of punishment so that we become enlightened, so that we turn towards God? Are we divine sparks of consciousness, learning through the contrast of good and evil? Or are we beautifully, tragically broken in a material reality that is not beholden to any God, that was not created by any God, where it is all just up to us? So that's the agenda tonight, guys. No script as usual, no filter. I want to hear from every single one of you guys in the live chat here, talking as well on the panel. It is an open panel, so do feel most welcome to come here. We've had some very good newbies lately. Shout out to you guys. I hope you can come back and come on here again. We really are getting some wonderful participants here, and it is helping us to, share and contrast our ideas. So guys, that's it. What do you believe is the very best thing about humanity? And what do you think is the absolute worst? You can drop your thoughts right now in the live chat, and I want you to give your raw feelings on this, your deepest emotion, your ideas, whether they be controversial or not. Just come up here and tell us, so we can explore together with honesty, in the spirit of curiosity, and with hope of finding a little gnosis, so we can find out what the hell is going on in this strange existence, and just what exactly it is we should be doing whilst we are here in this very strange existence with the rest of our lives. Nefarious Rockers, you have clicked on the link. Guys, I'm going to share the link again in the live chat so you can come on here and you can say your piece in relation to the topic of the show. And the show is simply about the best and worst things about humanity. Guys, I know I've been a bleak bastard in the past, but I don't think humans are atrociously evil all the time. I don't think they're irredeemable even. I think we can do good, but my God, we do a lot of bad to others and ourselves. Anyway, I'm not going to go on. It's not all about me. It's about everybody that comes on this show and makes it what it is. Nefarious Rockers, tell me something. Tell me something in relation to the topic of the show. Go ahead and don't hold back. Let it all out. Spill your guts.
I guess I'll start with the worst part of humanity and then I'll move on to the best parts about humanity. So the worst parts of humanity is that a lot of people are callous and neuronal development tends to make people develop differently. Some people develop to be more kind and compassionate, and then there are people who develop to be more callous, and a lot of the people that are psychopaths and narcissistic or has dark triad traits are knows that people don't take kindly to that, so they're able to hide it. So that's how people who are psychopathic gets leadership positions and so forth and so forth. And the lack of sympathy tends to make people vote for things that hurts others. And
That's an interesting one. So you're saying a lack of sympathy tends to make people vote for things that will hurt others. Can you give us? That's a really interesting one. Can you give examples of that? Go ahead.
Yeah, for instance, it could be that people are deported away from their families. It could be that, or it could be that wars that shouldn't happen happens. stuff like that. But I guess I could move on to the best parts of humanity if that's fine.
No, I want to prod you further about the worst parts. I want you to go into a deeper analysis of them because I think you're being a bit too superficial. You're being
I
a, you're
could
just
go to
you're just
deeper
being
parts of them.
you're barely describing matters, Nefarious. If I'm honest, go into the guts of it, walk around in the bowels, and show me. Come out with some shit on your hands.
Yes. So it's the callousness that tends people to hurt others, but that's not the only way. It's ignorance too. Ignorance can come from apathy, like in the previous episodes we discussed. And ignorance can lead to people being misinformed about a lot of things. They might rush people to and yes, and the people's ignorance can lead to people hurting others, even if they have sympathy. Even if people care, they can hurt others with even things that are supposed to treat others, such as electroshock therapy or antidepressants and stuff of that nature.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Before you go on, I'm going to ask anybody watching to share the stream because it can't go on with just me and Seb here. Please share the stream, guys. Share the stream.
Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what is happening to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. Live. Open panel. Something is deeply wrong.
Welcome to human society. Enjoy your stay.
This place sucks. Maybe when we go home, we should try and find Gnosis to break out of our entrapment.
Yes, let's go on the Finding Gnosis show. Let's find meaning. Let's find Gnosis show.
Welcome to human society. Enjoy your stay.
Yeah, sorry, I pressed the wrong button there. But anyway, do share it. Do share the stream.
The stream somewhere now. To bring in new voices for our conversation. We do not want to become an echo chamber. Share the stream now. Bring in some new thoughts to compare and contrast our ideas with theirs. Because Gnosis is not found in isolation. Good places to share the stream include your social media platforms such as Facebook, X, Instagram, Telegram, WhatsApp, YouTube, community posts, Reddit, Discord. Share now. Bring new voices to help us all find Gnosis.
Hello to Fatima. Do come on. Hello to Skate. Do come on here as well. Pamela, if you can get on, do get on, darling. I'm sorry to hear you were raised by... Okay, yeah, I'm sorry to hear you were raised by awful people. I'm sorry to hear that, darling. And we have Vegan Equilibrium. Okay, brother. He says, DW is getting off on the fine details of human depravity. Not really. Not getting off on it. I suppose you could say I'm trying to make the most of it. I'm trying to polish the turd, you know. Would that be a fair assessment, Seb, in your eyes? I'm not necessarily getting off on details of human depravity and how terrible this is. I'm trying to transform it into something else. So I'm taking a piece of shit and I'm maybe going through some kind of process, maybe artistic, and I'm trying to polish that turd into something else, transforming the shit. Is that a fair way of looking at it, Seb?
Yes, but you wanted me to get more in depth. You said
ahead.
I could get more in depth. So I talked about there's the callousness that people don't care, and people can even be sadistic. But even if people are well-meaning, it can lead to bad outcomes too. So I'll tell you about 3 examples so one of them is the right to die, because people believe in the sanctity of life and care for others to go on. It can hurt others. It can hurt others who are, for instance, terminally ill, or people who are not even. People who want to die but can't, because people vote against the right to die. And then it's unfortunate incidents about how people treat the mentally ill, such as the depressed. They get prescribed antidepressants, which often causes them to become anhedonic, so they can never get pleasure again in their lives, stuff like that. So that's just a few examples where even if people are well-meaning, it causes them to do the wrong thing. And then there's also the religion that influences what people believe in, and thus it influences the politics. It influences what people vote for. Religious people are more likely to not be in support for the right to die. Stuff of that nature, and religion can lead people to be, it can lead to bigotry, especially if people are raised up in cultures where religious bigotry is seen as morally okay, stuff like that.
Seb, you're saying you're spitting some facts, but the converse is always true that religion can be a source for wonderful connection and wholesome kindness, and it can better society in ways as well, can it not?
Yes, I guess so, but there's just too much, just too costly, because religions are against the right to die, something that should be supported more, the right to die.
Are
And
all religions against the right to die? Are you sure about that?
well,
I don't know if that's the case.
not
I don't know.
necessarily, but
Maybe Buddhism would be okay with it.
yes, Eastern religions are probably not against the right to die, although I haven't done my research into it. But my point is, a lot of these Western or the Middle Eastern religions are against the right to die. And even if religions can make people connect and it can help others, I think the price is just that costly about the right to die, that alone can make religions not worth it, because that is something that should actually be present. That is something that should be actually readily available for people.
Right. Thank you, Seb. Thank you. We have Sean here. Sean, it's great to see you again, brother. Welcome.
Hello.
Sean, the topic of the show, the icebreaker, the conversation starter is this question: what are the best and worst things about humanity? Go ahead, tell us.
Well, it's funny you say that, because I was thinking about last couple of months about quantum physics. I was researching it and how it's like yin yang kind of thing. So I was thinking, like, maybe this applies to morals, because the way nature is negative and positive. So maybe if quantum physics is like that, it's just how the game is. It's like negative and positive. But this is not scientific now. This is just imagination. Because the way quantum physics is like weird, and like all the gurus, the spiritual guru people use quantum physics now to explain their spirituality stuff. Anyway, so yeah, there's lots of cool stuff that humans do. There's a lot of negative. but I think we would all be dead if we did more negative. But I guess so. We'd probably do more positives. But if we were, like, hypothetically, if we were all atheists and we never had religion, we never invented religion, I'd say humanity would be much different than we currently have it now. But I could be wrong, because I think, the way we don't have free will, I don't know if we have free will. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking now. Pause.
Okay. So that you raise an interesting topic there, which may be related. Is that one of the best or worst things about humanity? This possibility of not having free will. Where can you go with that one, Sean? Go ahead.
Well, if let's say we find out that there is no free will, because I think there is people saying that online there is no free will, that means that a lot of religion ideas about morals are incorrect, and that we're all pre-programmed to do what we do, and but that doesn't mean we. So let's say we have, obviously, let's say we have no free will. We still have to. The brain deludes itself into thinking we have free will. So we are still thinking that we have free will, even though we don't. It's kind of like quantum physics, It's quantum woo-woo.
So, but would you say it's bad if we don't have free will?
No, because I guess we can't get out of it. We're in the matrix.
Would that not be bad, though? I'm asking you, do you think it'd be neutral? And just explain why.
Well, if there is no free will, I guess it's like quantum physics, positive and negative. I'm not sure.
Well, but you're not really telling. You're just saying what it may be. But tell me whether it's good or bad. That's quite simple. I'm asking you.
I'm saying both. Like, I'm just saying that it's both.
You think you think all the outcomes from there not being free will become neutral when we zoom out and look at it all?
Okay, maybe I'm wrong here because I'm not good in philosophy or this quantum physics stuff. I need to maybe research more because I don't think you can apply quantum physics to morals or stuff like that. So I'm probably not using it correctly. But all I know is that quantum physics is quite weird. So that's why a lot of the gurus and the pseudoscience people like to use it in their morals and spiritual stuff. And that could also play into our religious ideas and stuff.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you very much. One moment.
One moment, please. Quick announcement. Help support the show and keep it running by using the link pinned in the live chat. Thank you to those of you who have supported the show so far. I appreciate you. It really helps keep us going on our journey to finding Gnosis. Every little helps. Donate now if you can. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks to all of you who do help chip in and keep us going here at the Finding Gnosis show. It's nice that you try to chip in whatever you can to pay the StreamYard bills and the X streaming bills and all of that, and the AI, bills that I was using to make the videos and stuff. Appreciate you. So if you want to give something, anything, or every little helps, the link is in the live chat. It's pinned there. You can do it. Okay. Nefarious, what do you think of what Sean was just talking about there? The fact that, there may not be free will, but, it's like,
I don't think there is free will either, and there are a lot of implications.
He reckons it's neutral. It's neutral. It's not really a problem. It all cancels out when you zoom out. As the fact that there's no free will isn't a problem. It's not something that is bad. What do you think of that statement?
There's not a free will. Well, I guess it can be both good and bad for a variety of reasons. I'm not too convinced that the belief in free will can The belief in determinism can facilitate in more compassion. And if people are not truly free, then perpetrators of vicious acts aren't free either, so maybe they don't deserve too great of punishment. There are great conclusions that can come from determinism, and it can inspire forgiveness too, and all of that
Right.
stuff, but it can also depress others and lead to fatalism, which is a
Okay.
problem with determinism. But my opinion is that I don't think, I might be wrong on this, but I think the belief in determinism is so niche that worldwide, I don't think it's going to do much of anything.
Right. I see somebody backstage called Marco. 1 second, I'm going to bring you on in a moment. I'm just going to introduce Untrackable. Untrackable, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What's going on with that username?
Yeah. I apologize for that. I was someplace else, and I was messing around, and I changed my name, and I didn't change it back.
No problem. So, Untrackable, before you talk, is it okay if I bring someone on? Because there's someone
Yes.
backstage. I don't know who they are. I'll put
Please.
the newcomer shield up.
Please.
I don't want them to get cold waiting outside. Marco, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Can you hear us?
Holy fuck!
Yeah, I thought that was going to happen. It's some kind of troll. There you go. I was half expecting that. We have someone else here. Now, there's someone else here. We might be getting a hit here. I don't know what's going on, but someone else has come on. Let's see who this is. Stuart, you're on the... Fuck me, there's loads of them coming. I reckon we're getting plagued here, guys. What's going on? No.
Is it a troll thing?
I think so. I think we're under attack here. So I'm going to bring on Stuart. You're on the Fine Nose show. What do you have to say, Stuart?
Hello.
What would you like to say?
Can you see my display name? I don't think my display name
That
is
person
something.
sounds young.
Yeah. What age are you?
I'm 26.
You don't sound 26. Sorry.
I'm honestly 26.
What would you like to say? I'm extroverted.
About humanity.
Yeah.
So the best things about humanity, I would say, is we're pretty innovative. If need be, we're pretty resilient. We can be empathetic at times. As for the worst about humanity, I would say selfishness, greed, apathy, just prioritizing your own survival and your own desires over other people's at times. So yeah.
Okay. Where did you find us on Extroverted?
No, I'm subscribed to your channel.
What were we talking about? What was the last video you watched?
And the last video I watched, something about. Well, I found you from Danny Shine's YouTube channel, so.
All right, fair enough. Welcome. That's all right then. You can mute yourself for a moment. There's somebody else backstage. I just want to bring them on.
Okay.
We have PB. PB, you're on the Fine Noses show. What would you like to say?
Hello.
PB, yes, hello. What would you like to say?
About what? About humanity?
Yes.
I would like to say that humanity is a virus with shoes. A virus that wears clothes. For the most part.
Are you Peter reincarnated?
Maybe.
Because there was a fellow called Peter who used to come on the show many.
Maybe. I do remember seeing him. Maybe. Who knows? But there was a guy, and he may have sounded similar to me, maybe. And he may have
and he was
been
an
gone for a
anti-vegan.
Sorry?
And he was an anti-vegan.
Was he? Okay, well, PB, if you are anti-vegan...
I'm not anti-vegan. That's a lie. I just said I wasn't vegan.
Yeah.
Oh, so it is Peter. It is Peter.
Oh wait, no, fuck. I just said I wasn't vegan. I didn't.
You are
God damn.
Peter. It is Peter.
Nah.
We're right.
I just
We got
said
it out
I
already.
wasn't vegan. No, I wasn't
Peter is
anti-vegan.
back. Peter is back. Peter, where have you been?
I don't know. I didn't real. A lot's changed. It's been like a year, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like moved country. I like
You
did
don't
some
have to
shit.
say that you're an anti-vegan to show that you're an anti-vegan.
Okay, but you can't accuse me of being something unless I say it myself.
No, I can because it's evident. It's evident through what you say and your actions.
Okay, quote me.
Just
What
like
did I
all the
say?
stuff you said about
What did I say?
the nutrition
No, you have to quote
aspect,
me.
about vegans forcing their ways on people, blah blah blah, without acknowledging the fact that those people are forcing their views on the animals. Basically, just like all the pushback you give against veganism shows that you're an anti-vegan.
I mean, I feel like you are taking what I say out of context. If someone says they don't want something pushed on them, that doesn't mean that they're anti. That would be like saying someone is homophobic because they don't want a certain view being pushed on a certain person or of themselves. But that doesn't necessarily mean. If I said I hated vegans, if I said something stronger like I hated vegans or they're the scum of the earth, then that would be anti-vegan. That would be blatantly anti-vegan.
No, because
that's
you would
the
agree.
extreme.
You would agree. Okay, you would agree that we shouldn't. That we should push the values of being against rape and murder of other humans, right? So if someone is pro like raping and murdering other humans, they're probably anti-human rights, correct? And if wouldn't correct, and if we pushed our view on them that they shouldn't do that, as in we force them not to by trying to rehabilitate them or putting them in prison or whatever for doing it, would you say it's wrong for us to force our views on that person? Either he's not talking or
He's muted.
Okay.
He's muted his mic.
Okay. Anyway.
Okay, we'll go to Untrackable.
My point was that if you call that person anti-human rights, then by the same metric you are anti-vegan.
There you go. Well, a point well made there. Vegan equilibrium. Untrackable. We were going to you before we had a load of arrivals, but Untrackable, go ahead. We're talking about the best and worst things about humanity. It's your turn now. Take the mic.
Yeah, I would say, in a simple word, congeniality, oneness, togetherness. Teamwork makes the dream work. And then I would say the worst would be, in a simple word, abuse of what you have in front of you. Because yes, you can take this, but do you need to take all of it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, vegan equilibrium. I don't think we got to you, did we? What would you say are the best and worst things about humanity?
Best things about humanity is you, DNW. You're the best thing.
My God.
And
things really are bad if that's the case.
You shouldn't have such a negative view of yourself.
Well, I tell you what I have a negative view of, and that's your connection. We can barely hear you.
Yeah, I think just going through this area where I'm at. The worst things about humanity are basically what humans do to animals and each other, and animal agriculture is certainly, I think, probably the biggest atrocity that humans have committed.
Right. I agree. The annihilation of the defenseless, the annihilation of the voiceless.
And not just
Hypocritically, sorry.
yeah, not just the annihilation, but everything in between that happens in between.
Yes. The whole system. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Now, PB, you've been a long time. I don't know where the hell you went, but have you brought back any Gnosis for us from your travels?
Notice of what? Sorry.
Gnosis. Any knowledge, any
Gnosis.
wisdom? Yeah.
I mean, I haven't been. I haven't.
Any sparks?
It's not really.
Gnosis.
It's not necessarily traveling. It's not that
I
did.
know. I was being metaphorical. Come on.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Any sparks? Any specks of sparks of Gnosis? Anything small that you've gleaned from your experience that you can share with us that might help us appreciate what is going on in this strange existence and what exactly we should be focusing on, and perhaps even doing here whilst we are here.
Not necessarily. Not. I don't know what to say in this.
You learn
like right now. That's a bit of an on the spot question.
You learn.
I know that's on the spot. No. That's an on the spot question. So I'm not gonna. I'm
poking you. I'm trying to find some Gnosis. It's not an easy task.
Okay.
I'm trying to inspire you to speak freely.
Poking him.
Be inspired. Say something. What have you learned from your time away from the Fighting Gnosis show?
Getting poked by DNW.
You must bring us back some knowledge. Tell us something. What did you learn? Anything. It might be a piece of the puzzle that we need.
It's a lot of pressure, like I feel a lot of pressure.
I'm going to keep pressuring you until you come up with something.
What I learned was I don't know, to never be impressed by existence. There we go.
Wow. To never be impressed by existence. That's what you've learned in all this time. Where did you learn that, and how, and why did you come to that conclusion? Go ahead.
Because at the end of the day, I mean, okay, firstly, right? Everyone's life, right? Okay. No, now explaining it is going to be freaking. Okay, wait. Now I need to think a bit more so I don't sound dumb. Hang on, that's 1 second. I just need to I need to think about what made me think about that. Okay, I think the experience maybe just moving to a new place and realizing that, just how many people are on this earth living random lives. I don't know, the way the world is just seems very unimpressive. I mean, I don't really see anything. I don't see anything impressive. What is impressive about this existence? I don't see anything to be impressed by. Even when you talk about the things that impress people, I just don't feel like they're very impressive at all. So it's I don't know.
Are you potentially suffering from anhedonia?
Are
you potentially suffering from a mood disorder where you can't get any joy in life?
Yeah, I understand what anhedonia. Yeah, I know, and I'm not sure. Maybe, who knows? I haven't been diagnosed, but it could be a possibility.
When was the last time you saw something good in humanity? Something that amazed you?
Okay, let me think. Maybe okay, let me think. Off the top of my head, perhaps let me think. Um, something that amazed me. I don't. It's been a long time.
The goddamn fucking pyramids.
Oh, I thought you were talking about something that amazed you,
It could be
something
anything.
that,
It could be a human
like,
action,
oh yeah,
a human ingenuity, human kindness, whatever. A work of literature, the works of William Shakespeare.
the last time,
It could be the fact
the last,
we sent our species to the moon. For God's sake, man, be amazed.
the,
Baby, I'm
fucking,
amazed at the way you love me all the time.
For God's sake, man.
the last
See
time I was
something.
amazed at something
See something to be
was
awestruck by.
okay. Something to be awestruck by is when I looked at the when I looked at those like in places like Thailand and Vietnam and the Far East, they got these like really ancient. Well, I haven't been there. Like I didn't see it in person, but I just saw it like on the internet. These really ancient, like huge, like Buddhist like monuments, like you know what I mean, and they're like they look pretty impressive. That's like something someone built that was impressive. I don't know if it's like revolutionary, but that was something I saw. Like I searched that up. Like I saw that like in detail, like you know, some months ago, like a year ago or something. What else? What else was I impressed by? I was impressed by. I was impressed by. I was looking up the. I was looking up something like the sorry the I was it was probably something in like history, so it's like something that's like a long like something that's not obviously you can't see it, right? That's what I'm saying.
You're struggling.
I know I'm struggling. It's hard to.
Welcome to human society. Enjoy your stay.
This place sucks. Maybe when we go home, we should find Gnosis to break out of our entrapment.
Yes, let's go on the Finding Gnosis show.
Yes, let's find meaning. Let's find Gnosis.
We have the friend. The friend, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What the hell are you doing here? And what do you want to say about the topic, which is what are the best and worst things about humanity? Go ahead, the friend.
Well, one of the worst things about humanity is when we get called fascists and Nazis just because we support Donald Trump. And one of the best things about humanity is when we gather round the campfire together and cook chicken
Kenny.
and read based books together and fuck each other's frog wives.
Thank you, the friend. Did you say read based books together?
Yes.
BASED.
Are you reading any based books at the moment?
Yes, I'm reading We Who Wrestle with God by Jordan Peterson and Suicide of a Nation by Matt Goodwin.
Thank you very much. By all accounts, it may be actually, unfortunately, it may be the case that Peterson will be wrestling for God quite soon. I heard he's possibly on his deathbed. Do you have any news in regard to that?
Unfortunately, I don't, but I wish him all the best. He's a great man and a very based man.
Okay.
I think he's a fucking asshole.
Well, he can always change. I wish him the best as well. I wish people are always capable of redeeming themselves and coming closer to being a better person. So good luck to Peterson in regards to that. We have who else is here? Random Australian. Welcome. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say from down under in relation to the topic? What are the best and worst things about humanity? And by the way, someone's echoing. Can you please mute yourselves? Random Australian, There you go.
Hello, everybody.
It's all yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I was just first time listener, but I was interested in what the gentleman was just saying before about he's very unimpressed with everything. I was just thinking the simplistic things of maybe there's so many things I think like the the way a flower will form from a seed and bloom and blossom, maybe the way that our body could heal from a cut, or simply how the sun rises. So many little things in existence that um, are very hard to, I guess, describe. But
But yeah, but you
how
see,
they
there you are right about that. But don't forget, you're also wrong here because I asked him about humanity in particular. What are the best and worst things about humanity? So I'm afraid planets and stars in the
or
sky
maybe not
won't
existence.
cut it.
Okay,
So would you
okay.
like to try and reframe your words in the correct context, please, just to try and inspire this person who sees nothing worthwhile praising or being awestruck by?
Well, I guess I mean the fact that it is within the human uh, psyche or the whole spectrum of it. But I won't take it too wide. But then maybe the bad things I see is war, why we fight each other. I think that's absolutely, I can't understand how people who are given positions of responsibility, such as political leaders and corporate leaders, but they put the money before the people, and they just things like that that disgusts me. Actually, that's probably the
I
worst thing.
suppose you could go back to you talked about the stars in the sky and phenomenon of nature and the physical universe. You could say, although they're not human enough themselves, maybe one of the best things about humanity is being able to experience those things. You know, would that be a fair thing to say? One of the best things about being a human is to be able to experience, appreciate, and give thought to the physical universe.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And then I also think that if we exercise those areas of life or muscle, whatever it is, because the people are at different levels. Um, so I think we can achieve. So, I mean, I totally agree with that. The fact that we can experience it, and it's something you might not be going through it, but we have the potential to. I believe that anyway.
Yeah, thank you very much. Pristine says, good to see some new people on the panel. Yeah, it's good to see everybody here. Great stuff. Okay, who's next there, guys? So what about the worst things, random Australians? Sorry.
I'd probably say the war, the fact that we get violent. So I can't understand that.
Violence is a part of life. Like
Yeah,
even
but to think,
survival.
okay,
You were brought
fair
into
enough,
this
it can be
world
part of
you were
life.
brought into this world through an act of violence. So obviously, violence would constitute many different stages in life. You need violence to survive. Animals compete for everyone. Violence is built into survival. You can't survive
You were brought into
by act of
you were
violence. You were
brought to
violently
life by an
ripped.
act of. I mean, not every.
You were
Not every.
violently
Look,
ripped
look.
from the void.
I
You
don't.
were
I don't.
violently
I
ripped from
don't.
the
I don't
void.
mean. I
You were
don't
ripped.
mean to be triggering, but I know some people are brought here because of rape. But most people were brought here because their parents made love.
Okay, but okay, they made love to each other, and I wasn't talking about
What
what
is
they did to each
love?
other. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you were you were brought in through act of violence, as in you being brought in through them making love is an act of violence on you.
But
Not
how
it
do
has
you know
nothing to
you
do with what
existed
happened to your mother.
before? PB, you're presupposing that that you existed before your conception. What are you talking about?
No, 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 no. No,
How
you
can you
didn't
commit?
exist.
How
I'm
can
saying
you?
you brought into existence through an act of violence. That your existence started through violence. Okay, you were violently ripped
I don't
out
see
of
it.
non-existence into violence.
I don't see it because that your wording there, whether you like it or not, insinuates that you existed before your existence. It doesn't make sense. You weren't pulled out from anywhere. You just became. There was no you before. There was nothing to be ripped from anything. You became.
I guess in one sense, I could try. Sorry to interrupt, but like the baby being in the womb and being in such a peaceful state, and then when it's brought into, when it exits out the vagina and then into the world, it's in a big shock. That could be kind of not violent. I don't understand what he's saying. I would agree with the host saying that most of the times the people are interacting in a intimate way to cause the creation. It's not violent.
PB, you're being examined here. Your words are being examined in real time by our friend in Australia here, Random Australian. Would you care to go further into what you mean by the fact that your creation was an act of violence? Tell us.
I just said no. I wasn't insinuating rape in violence. That's not what I meant. I meant the the process of spending 9 months trapped in a cage sack just to be fucking squeezed out of a vagina, start crying, your body covered with blood. Is this not violent? What? And then you have to live and die.
What do you think of this, Random Australian? What do you think of what this man is saying?
I mean, I can what's the word, like resonate and understand what he's saying because of that the thought that you might be in a peaceful state, but then you're brought into this world. This is horrific. But from what I was stemming from was the fact that I don't understand as human beings like how somebody who's given the position of authority is supposed to be respectable, role model, mature, that take a choice to go and bomb someplace, and they're not ones still willing to go frontline. They'll put somebody else there. Just the whole system of war, I really don't understand because we're all human. We have the same wants, like we need water, we need companionship, we need food, we need sunlight, we need to sleep. I think that's the basis of existence, really, our connection to nature and how we can continue that in a cycle. But, the violence is really, what's the word? Irrelevant, I think. Even though it's such a crucial and big part of the way we live, war is such a huge thing in that industrial complex. But that's just something that I don't understand. That's the worst thing, I would say. One of the worst things, anyway.
Thank you very much. Unextroverted, would you like to... No, before you do, sorry.
Okay.
Well, no, actually, go ahead. I've raised you from the dead, so go ahead. It's unfair for me to, stimulate you to talk and then put you back in your box. Go ahead, talk.
Well, I just wanted to touch on what Random Australian just said a few seconds ago about how these leaders, these political leaders, instigating wars and stuff.
We'll do it then.
Yeah, I think it's built out of a need because human beings, fundamentally, we are never satisfied with what we have. We're always craving more, and it's something that's built into our biology and neurology. So it's just a part of our nature. We're always going to want more in a world with very limited resources and an exploding population. We're always going to try and compete for resources with each other, and that's just the way the world works.
Okay, thank you for that. We have Retro waiting peacefully in the wings. Retro, what have you been building up to say?
Oh me. I was just saying that some people seem kind of negative about life, so I was saying let's look at the positive side. So we had peanut butter dark over here, need some jelly light. I was thinking, and then we have the people making art, just like the beauty of things. Like I'm sure everyone enjoys music or some kind of holiday lighting or gifting or just the beauty of looking at a sunset, enjoying it with someone else. And You know, the ability to make light and fun of ourselves, you know, and then see that everyone's on a path, on a different part of their path. And along that path, it's just like we're kind of unraveling our own knot and string. And if we stop too long to help someone else untie theirs, we're not going to continue on our path. So it's like it's good to unravel ourselves first, and you know, so we can actually be available for someone else in a good way, meaning that we're not all tied up, that we're not, you know, addicted or just losing our mind or part of protest culture, you know, that we're okay with ourselves, you know, that we don't need to wake up and just be angry at the world, that there's other reasons to be alive, you know, besides the negative ones. You know, it's just the things outside of ourselves really aren't us. So if the news affects us that badly, turn the thing off. You know, woe is me culture, like, I wasn't allowed that attitude at all. Woe is me, you know. It's just like that wasn't allowed in my household. So it's just like I'm glad other people got that experience, but it's just, you know, you can't feel sorry for yourself, is what I was told growing up. So there was none of that. So that's just my upbringing, though. But that's just my I'm that's all I wanted to say, I guess. And the bad part is the opposite. The opposite of that is bad.
Okay, thank you for that. Sean, you're being woefully quiet. What have you got to say?
Well, I think it's all life. I mean, what we're doing now is life, and I'm a atheist, as they say. So I think that that's all we have here. So it's a weird world. I mean, we know a lot now as human beings. We're knowing more and more, and it's pretty cool how much knowledge we have. We're pretty smart animals.
Thank you. And the base friend, have you got anything to add at this juncture? It doesn't sound like it. Okay, guys. Next one who speaks has the mic. I'm just going to take a break to get a drink. Go ahead. And
Okay.
Please talk to each other whilst I'm going to get a drink.
Yeah, I just wanted to steer the conversation in the direction of one of the worst traits of humanity, which Vegan Equilibrium spoke about earlier. It's about the speciesism that's embedded into the legal system and political system of every country in the world. Like, does anyone want to talk about that?
I'm sure some on the panel do. Who's here? Hello.
Oh,
Yep. I mean, don't they say everything we do in life is political? Is that kind of true? Think.
I don't think so, but I mean, if you turn off the TV and you don't affiliate with a political party, then obviously you're not making political choices. You're just making one that some other party is using and trying to use your demographic to say that's one of the ones they do like or don't like, or you watch Alex Jones or you don't. You click on this meme or you don't. So it's just like if you steer clear of all of it, they can't really use you.
But that's a political act. By not being political, you're being political by not being political. Quantum physics right there.
Yeah, unless you're going to run for office or be part of politics yourself, it's really pretty useless, you know, once you played the voting game and whatnot. It doesn't, it's a lose-lose situation, not a win-win situation.
Well,
I'm trying to think of that. I was just trying to think of the topic in itself, in general, but like how you're saying everything is political, but I probably wouldn't agree. I'd be sort of leaning towards what the gentleman was just saying before, but then in society as itself, as it grows, it's kind of going to be on a hierarchical system anyway, right? There's different people taking different roles. So, like, one might be the farmer, one might be the mother, one might, you know, the dairy person, whatever it is, taking all different roles to make up society. So, I guess behavior amongst those people, I'm just trying to think off the top of my head, but would engage in political kind of things. But politics in itself, though, I think is a load of crap, because not a load of crap, but just all the people, the representatives that are out there, they talk about doing such a good game and they continue to do so, but they never really enact too much. People could say, oh, they get in and they get out, they don't have the time there, but the system just seems to continue along, benefiting for corporations and economies rather than the masses.
Yeah, it would be like if RuPaul was a vegetarian and running in the Republican Party, that would actually, expand the demographic for them. And then if they had some, church Quaker, ready to burn the witches person on the Democratic side in our country, ready to run, that would spice up another side as witch burning people that, want their way, and their way is Jesus's way, because Jesus killed all the witches.
And that's, I guess, in the same sense, that's how it's going on with you were saying that the political party would just take away that you are acting naturally and try and fit that into some rhetoric where they're helping you and they're to benefit you, where, they're just fitting themselves into that picture for no reason. Not no reason, but for a...
Yeah, I think I've said it before in the show. Like, spirituality is direct from God to you, and then religion is the political version sold to you.
Mm. But at the same time, I'm not going to stand up here and say that I know everything and I'm going to know all the answers to life and I can sum it all up in one sentence, in one panel. I don't think that's possible, No way I'm going to think that.
We're here to try, so feel free. Yeah, there's a big echo. There's a big echo.
Is there echo now? Hello? Can anybody hear me?
We got to get Rowdy for D&W to come back on, guys. So we have to throw some punches. Come on now. Who's coming up? Swinging. Who's had their Jack Daniels for the day? Who's 4 shots into Jim Beam and ready for another? Are you guys drink Irish whiskey over there? What are y'all drinking?
Hello.
I partake in medical cannabis. So I stay calm.
Order up some more Guinness, and let's get this conversation rowdy.
I guess, I don't know, a question that I have for any American panelists, do you feel that the two-system party that you guys have is effective? And
it's effective in giving us a choice, so we have less revolution. So it's just like it takes 300 years longer to destroy it to build it again.
Mm-hmm.
Of like vacuum in space. Yeah, I mean, science. Science is pretty cool. I think if the whole planet was very educated, woke, and all that, would have paradise on Earth or something. Hell, did you
I
hear
don't
me?
think I'm getting all the audio. I think is Random Australian. I don't know if I heard you, if I couldn't hear you. I saw your mic flash, but I can't hear you. And I think I heard Frep over there. I can hear you.
No, I
Can you
wasn't
hear me?
saying
Can you
anything.
hear me?
Yeah.
I think there's echo on my side, I think.
My mic
Or
is
it's
muted
delayed.
when I'm not talking, so I'm not sure whose mic is echoing. But I was just making sure I could hear everybody. But yeah, when I switched my mic, I only could hear like one person until all of a sudden, and then I could hear someone else talking.
All right.
I think I don't know. I'll just say something just for the sake of saying something. But how I think what somebody was just saying prior to the kind of how violence is a just an what's fundamental or natural part that's always going to exist in you know the way we live and that. But I just think it comes down to maybe discipline. Then we all might have the urge and want to have more, always want more, um, and continue to and even be violent and take things and things like that. But then we do have the choices there. Or I think it's my experience. Yes, you can be disciplined and say no to a lot of things. So, and maybe that comes as maturity too. I'm not saying that I've been perfect my whole life, but just getting older, I just these I just can't see how people. I mean, I guess, and it is also it's probably a fun like not a fundamental, but how people do achieve in the world. And I guess things like businesses, it's on the back of somebody else. It's at the expense of someone else. So
That's the system they built for us all.
yeah, that's right. But then, so
Echo's still
in
around.
taking to that degree, or is it? I hope it's not me.
I think it was neighborhood space something. Can you say something neighborhood?
Yeah, like a little bit ago. I think it was just a couple words.
Yeah, I think we're fine now. There's no more echo.
Human words.
1, 2, 3, testing.
Yeah, I'm just speaking the human or whatever language this is.
So I'm fine, right?
I can hear. Yeah, I can. There's no echo now. Oh, there was an echo like a minute ago. Again, I heard it when I spoke, but now there is no echo. I don't hear it on anyone. But if it pops
What
up,
causes that?
it's there's echo cancellation built into our mics, so it's either in the reset or it has to catch up, or it glitches out, or someone doesn't have it set, or they have their TV on in the background.
Cool.
So there's an echo cancellation in the mic settings, which means if it hears it, it tries to get rid of it. And then the other part is if you have your TV or another device on or a window open with the audio from the live show actually playing, that it'll cause the echo. Like I have it on a TV with the volume is completely muted, but I'm listening to you guys. So that's what I could tell other mics were blipping on and off and I couldn't hear people for a second. So that's why I was messing with mine. But yeah, what's the subject? What's the worst thing that people are going through that's not political? So it's hyperinflation, and that's caused by what? So is it just the markets? Is the people not wanting to work anymore? Supply and demand going wrong? It's not exactly
I mean,
political.
the way in nature, there's no such thing as poverty. I was like, oh my god, yeah, there's no poverty in nature. Like,
there is class systems though, and wolf packs and bees and ants. There's class systems in most all pack animals and hive systems.
Yep.
Like the bees have drones and the ants have the worker ants, but that's bred into them. Now, do you think ours is just not bred into us and they just force us to all be, the minions for these elite that just, like you said, work off the back of everyone else? Therefore, they already had their castle built 1,000 years ago. We're just paying the rent and protecting them from us as our job by staying busy. That's what I believe. I don't know what you guys believe.
Yeah, we tried that. What's it called? Communism. It didn't work as good as I wanted it to do, but we could maybe try it again. We might have a Star Trek future. You never know.
I mean, I think we should have like a lot, like, okay, remember they canceled it, guys. Fox TV was going to have a TV show, a real life show that was a reality show to pick the next president. Do y'all remember that? Does anybody here remember that? They canceled it. It was like 10 years ago. Yeah, all of a
Was
sudden they
Trump
said,
part
no,
of
we're
it?
not going to do that. And then we had a reality game show host become our president
Echo,
anyway.
echo. Sorry, there's echo again. I think it's my fault. I need to do something.
And your mic settings
Just
on
mute
next to the
yourself when you're not talking. It's simple. Just mute yourself when you're not talking.
Okay.
To Lindo and to Dirty Lowlife in the live chat. Do come on, guys. Link is below the video. The more the merrier, hopefully. So yeah, Retro, what's the worst thing about humanity? Sorry, did you say something related to finance? Go ahead.
Well, I was saying hyperinflation, and I think we were actually started talking about it, but it's just the hardships of life, and he was saying that animals don't have exactly that kind of system, but I was saying bees and ants are bred into the system where there's drone bees and worker ants and soldier ants and queen bees, but humans kind of self-anoint into these facilities, and then from self-anointing, I was saying this is 1,000 years, if not 4,000 years, of the self-anointed being in charge and already having their castle built, and us just basically paying them to stay in it and paying for more wealth for them as a different class of people. That is actually, we're being paid to stay busy, to keep them wealthy, to not turn against them, to keep them in charge. And it's just been a giant trick the whole time, meaning they're getting more wealthy the more people are here, because we all need that one thing, whether it's a cell phone or a battery. With 1 billion people, it creates billionaires. And we thought it's, I'm saying after World War II, they wanted more money for some reason, the same group of people. So it turned into just 100 million or so people on half the earth, to 2.5 billion on that part of the earth, till 4 billion on that part, very quickly, just to make more money, I believe. And now they don't know what to do with us all, so they're just going to unfreeze some viruses or whatever they find in Antarctica or on the ice blocks, or they test in a lab, and just whatever they're going to do to get rid of some of us. It seems like that's on the agenda.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, humans are crazy. I mean, you never know what humans can do. Like, we've done some bad stuff. So, but if they do kill us all, then the billionaires won't have their money anymore. So, it's kind of like a quantum physics problem. Because they need us, but they don't need us at the same time. They want us, but they don't want us.
Right. They need our protection. They need our loyalty. They need our money, but they don't need anything else. But the money they made up, meaning they already have land and they have everything valuable. The money is a system for us. They deal in real estate and real items. In Da Vinci paintings, Mona Lisas, Picasso's, and large land deals. We're dealing in stacks of paper and useless metal that they're going to take away from us because it's too valuable for us to hold soon. So it's just like we don't even notice the things they're pulling out of our hands, which is wood, real food, and metal. They're saying, wait, these people, yeah, they need to pay more for this. So that's how it's all going, right? Like, who can afford a vacation? Who here has actually been on a vacation, like a whole week or two paid vacation? And you actually did something with it. You went somewhere more than 5 hours from your home, or took a plane and enjoyed it with more than one person. I think hardly anybody can afford that anymore with life. But just like 6 to 7 years ago, maybe 10 or 12, people are still taking vacations. I don't hear about it anymore.
Oh no, the people, the human race right now. I think we're the Gen X are probably the luckiest generation. I think the millennials and after that are less lucky.
But we're
still in the most prosperous time of human history. I think currently.
Yeah, I was saying I'm a Gen Xer. I'm a late mid-70s baby, and I don't know what part of life and I enjoy. You know, I have my own issues with life in general, or how I see and deal with things that aren't everyone else's. So I know which ones are mine, and then everyone's issues. So there's big differences, you know. So what I'm trying to do is very frustrating on my own level, but then it's just then you have life on top of that. Just like anybody, y'all work hard at whatever you do. If you're an Olympic hurdler, they want you to jump harder, faster, you know, win the friggin' race. So it's just like win, 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 win. Everything we do is kind of like that, unless we have, I would guess, like a, you know, like a factory job where we work, you know, we just put one item on that, on it when it rolls by. So assembly
But
line.
hypothetically, right? Let's say we all got free money, which I kind of wish we could get that. But then you might get a lot of people who don't want to work, and then maybe the economy collapses. Then we have to all like grow more food and still have to work. So
Well, I don't think
we'll
that's
always
the
have to
money
work
is
as a
fake anyway.
species.
So if the money is fake, we just need more produce. We don't need more lazy or unlazy people. That's not the solution. We need better education and more available food. You know, people will do what people will do, even if we all hand them money or not. So it's just like if there's, I think when some version of childhood schooling and whatnot, everyone should learn basic farming, planting, gardening. We should actually put it to use. We should have a community garden where everybody can go per community, that's not just run by the neighborhood, it's run by the civil, you know, governments in each area, to keep it rolling more than keeping the BS rolling that's keeping them all corrupt, you know, because we need sustainability. You know, if that was put into society, it wouldn't matter how lazy people got. We'd all have food. And I think as long as we have shelters that last a long time and water systems, I don't see what else we need. You know, some certain people educated to be teachers and doctors, but beyond that, you know, we're going to thrive for another few hundred years with just a few things, as long as we keep the lights on.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know. Like, does like hypothetically, let's say we find out everything about life and science, using science and all that. Would humans just want to end the game of life of like, okay, guys, we figured everything out scientifically and everything. Let's
No,
nuke
no,
the
only
planet
certain people.
because
People that think like you or me would more likely what, you know, the regular people would always go on. They don't even fathom that. They just want to know what the next trend is, what the next cool music, you know, video or tennis shoe or video to dance to on TikTok. They don't care about what you just said, but you care about it enough. If it was, it could be life devastating, right? If you found out the science of everything, you just put in this number and it can tell you the day you're going to die, the day your relative's going to die, how many heartbeats you have left, you know, and the reason the universe is created. What would you do?
if I knew everything, then I'll just turn into a Big Bang.
I mean, but what if other people didn't choose to know that? Then you could become the ultimate teacher. Say that everything turned off in 2 weeks later, and you were one of the few people on Earth that absorbed that knowledge. That's how useful you could become, though.
Yeah, I'll turn into God. Dude, it's like the two of us are talking here. Quantum physics, yin yang.
Yeah, I think we scared people away. So if anybody want to come up and talk, throw mud and talk about something else, we're all in a good mood here. But bring Dirty Low Life. We'd love to have you on. Please come up here. Pieces of paper. Stop all that thinking and chase the green pen. No, Dirty, I will not chase the money. It chases me, Dirty. I meditate about money. I don't know nothing about money. It just appears. I'm like, voila, zoom, zing, Zcash. Yeah. So I don't stress about money anymore. I used to, and it was a bad idea. It caused more anxiety, you know? So it's just like, I don't worry about it like
Well, if you don't worry about money, you'd be proper wild man. I mean, if you did have money, which there's some people on Earth that probably don't have money right now. They're like in the jungle or something. I'd say there's probably a couple million people right now that don't have money.
Yeah, I mean, you said animals. There's a lot of animals that don't. There's no such thing as poverty in animal systems. So I feel like, okay, in your heart and in your mind, Just imagine your best day of your life and what you got. Unless you're actually starving, there's nothing different about you just because you're stressed. Just get rid of the friggin' stress. If you have something to drink, your stomach is full, just make sure you're going to get good rest. And that's all you actually need to function. The rest is all external things that affect our emotions and our dopamine releases that cause stress. So if we can work those out and mind over matter ourselves, then we're a lot more helpful to the people around us, much less, sorting things else, everything else ourselves and being happy, being poor, being happy, being whatever, eating cereal.
Based. Quantum. What's based poet about? Is that Kenny? Kenny, are you still alive? Did somebody kill Kenny, the poet?
Kenny's more than a poet, guys. He's more than a poet. He would be made into wood in boats in the 1700s and put upon the mast. He would be ridden into battle by Viking ships. That's how base Kenny is.
Yes. I'm an English poet, like Shakespeare.
All right, come on, dirty lowlife. Take some that help us talk here. Come up here and argue with us or give us some Poindexters. And I don't know who.
Are we all alone in this? We're all by
Everybody else
ourselves
fell
in this
asleep.
live,
Yeah.
and everybody's listening to us.
Yeah, they smoked
Talking
the wrong
smack
batch.
online.
Yeah, we smoked the sativa. They smoked the indica, and they're out. They're in the cow. They're not coming back. They're gone.
Dude. Whoa. We're in this quantum universe right now, talking to each other on the interwebs, going the speed of light right now. Whoa, dude.
Yeah, you have a point there. You have a point. You have a point. A point. A point.
Yo, nefarious rockers, are you there? Hello.
No.
Yes.
Oh, hello, Nefarious.
Oh,
Thank
wow.
you. Interrupt, please. Are you sober, Nefarious?
Yes.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're gonna send
You
someone
sound
immediately.
tired, my guy. He sounds tired.
Yes, I am tired. I have somnolence.
Yeah, just
But
breathe deep, brother. Breathe. Get some good breath work going, and then come right back. Talk to us.
okay, I'll do some breath work. Okay.
I just want to make sure you're okay before wearing you out.
I'll do the Wim Hof breathing method. Okay.
Yeah, do the Hoff. Yeah. Imagine it's 40 degrees below zero in your apartment. Melt an igloo with your mind. Yeah, we're gonna send someone for your sobriety. Have you heard? Has anybody ever heard of the monk with green gloves? Is that like a thing? No. It would be like a
Say
character
that
in like a
again. I was laughing
D&D.
there, reading the comments. Say that again.
You know when you're like searching for books that don't exist and you might find one and you find a chapter in it. There's like 3 or 4 books I've found before and then they disappeared off the internet or wherever I found them, right? There was one about an ancient organ that did weird stuff that was mythological. That disappeared, and there was something about the Greeks having a time of day that they had the faces of the statues coated with gold, and there was a certain time of day where they communicated with them. And there was another thing. So there's several articles I read, and then they disappear into the ether, and they're just not there again.
Sorry, mate. Your internet got choppy. I couldn't hear you. I had to cut you off there because I couldn't hear half what you said.
Yeah, it's good. They meant to cut it. They don't want to know. It's a secret. Let me remix my mic and come right back.
Cool, dude.
Objective Ethics, good to see you, bro. What's
Hello.
going on?
Hello. Everybody's
What would you
here.
like to say about the best and worst things about humanity, if we can bring it back to the topic? Go ahead, sir.
Oh, well, to be honest with you, I kind of lost track of that. I was just thinking about what the gentlemen were talking about, I was going to comment about the overpopulation problem, because I agree there is an overpopulation problem. I just recently had a conversation with somebody, Muslim gentleman. He was asking me if I think the West is lost and dying, and I says no, I don't think it is per se, not ethically or morally. I think we're getting better as time goes on, but I do think that he mentioned that the replacement rate is dropping, and I said, yeah, but that's not just happening in the West; it's happening globally. And I think I heard Cougar Doomer. I can't remember if it was him or somebody else talking about how women are seeing the world kind of going to hell in a handbasket, so to speak. So they're less likely to have children because the future looks really glim in a lot of ways. We talk about global warming and pollution, and talk about politics and wars, and food shortages, and so on and so forth. And so women are seeing this, they're being exposed to this information, and they're less likely to want to have children, especially large families. And I agree with that summary. And I don't remember if it was Cougar or somebody else that said that, but that's true. I think that women are being exposed to this, and because I don't believe in libertarian free will, I think that subconsciously what's happening is that this is affecting the way that women perceive world, and perceive motherhood, and so on and so forth, and that actually affects their decision making. But we do have an overpopulation problem. When I was talking to that Muslim gentleman, I mentioned some statistics. I don't have them right in front of me, but I would say roughly that, for the first 290,000 years of human beings being on this planet, there was less than 1 million people on the whole planet. And then when the agricultural revolution, about 10,000 BCE, kicked in, that number jumped to like 15 million almost instantaneously. And within 2,000 years, we're up around 500 million people, 100 to 500. It's really, we're kind of guesstimating, obviously. So you could say 300 million just to be safe. And it was, I think, in the 1960s, we hit 1 billion people. Our first 1 billion people was in the 1960s. 200 years later, we hit 4 billion people, right? In 1975, we hit a record 4 billion people. Well, in just 50 years, we've added another 4 billion people to the planet. And what this means is this population is growing exponentially all of a sudden. And that has to collapse at some point, because the resources are limited. The environment can only handle so much pollution. Their fresh water can only take so much damage. The ecosystem can only take so much damage. It takes so long for the ecosystems to recover. And humans terraform the planet so quickly that nature just can't keep up with us. Now, eventually, humanity will collapse, either from technology, or a big ass asteroid is going to hit the planet, or volcanoes, whatever it will be, but we will go extinct at some point, and then nature will recover. It just takes a long time for nature to do that.
Right,
But
I agree. The objective ethics, they've been saying the population is going to peak maybe around 10 billion, around. I've heard that figure bandied around. Do you think that tipping point will be reached, and then it will start going down after that? Do you think that will be because of some kind of calamity, catastrophe, or do you think it's because just it might be that less people choose to breed, for example? Do you genuinely think the only thing that can stop humans will be some kind of catastrophe, calamity, some kind of destruction?
Yeah, that's tough to say, because it really depends on, because I do believe that, again, like I said before, I don't believe in libertarian free will. So we respond to the environment, the information that we receive. So ultimately, that's going to come down to, one, what are the odds that like an asteroid is going to hit the planet or something like that? And two is who controls the information? Because the governments want us to breed. They want us having as many children as possible. And the reason is because like if you look at places like in Japan, for example, they are really concerned about the low replacement rate. And the concern is because of the infrastructure. The young people, the young, healthy, mostly men, of course, because they're in the labor industry, but young, healthy people, adults, are the ones that maintain the infrastructure. And it becomes a self-perpetuating problem, because the more adults or the more people you have, the bigger infrastructure you need. The bigger infrastructure you have, the more people you need to sustain the infrastructure. And so it just becomes, like I said, a self-perpetuating problem. So the governments are always going to be promoting having children, and they'll use religion and politics to try to do this.
Yeah, and it's also the financial system. The financial system needs debt and growth. And if we don't grow the economy or the population, the financial system could collapse. So that's why I think in the future, if you want to have like utopian, like 500 million people, then you'll
And why
have to
didn't it
have a
collapse
system
for
where you
the
cannot
Christmas
grow.
for the Boxing Day tsunami? There was like, wasn't there like a gazillion people that got waves, in the waves, and it happened like twice. So what happened to the economies there when 250,000 people die in a day from a tsunami?
Well, shit happens, mate. That I'm just saying that if you want to solve the environmental problems, you need to change the economic system. You need to change. We basically need a war effort to solve these problems that objective ethics is talking about. And I wish we could have done this a long time ago, but it's better late than never, as they say. But I think we're a bit late.
Well, you're absolutely right, brother. It is going to take a global effort. That's one thing that I'm actually trying to do with all my efforts when I come on to like this panel. I appreciate DNW has been very gracious to let me join his panel here, and I talk about it on my own channel. And everywhere I go, I'm trying to make the world a better place by bringing people together, because we need our differences, because we want pushback. We don't want to have this everybody in an echo chamber, but we have to have a basic fundamental agreement on certain things. And that's the value of each human being, right? We're all equals because we're human beings ontologically. We can start there and then build up. But as you said, the current economic system needs to collapse because it can't keep growing. It can't grow exponentially, right? The way it's all designed. So we have to revalue the whole thing. We have to figure out what is the value that people have. What do they? And we have so many people that we actually don't need everybody farming and hunting and building houses, because we have enough people to do that. So now we have to give people stupid jobs selling fucking, Amway door to door, or whatever, t-shirts, whatever the hell it might be.
Telemarketing. That's what most people do, right?
Telemarketing, absolutely. We have to inflate the system with this value that really doesn't exist. We can't eat the t-shirts. We can't really, the t-shirts aren't made so poorly they're not going to help us survive winter. They're just there because we slap some funny logo or some picture on there, and so now we've given it some kind of sense of value, but that's all fake. There's no real value to that. The video games and everything else that they're giving us, all the media, social media, there's no actual value other than the exchange of information.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, but you see, when you research the environmental issues that humans have, you realize that there's also a limit to growth. Obviously, you said that already. I'm just saying that if the whole world did a war effort to solve this problem, let's say we had a World War III effort to solve the environmental problems, it'll be epic. You know what I mean? But I still think we need to. I mean, humans are adaptable species. Obviously, if the shit hits the fan, we will probably lose
Burning
a lot
more
of
oil
humans.
and blowing shit up isn't a good idea for the Earth, though, to solve a crisis that already is caused by heating up things and burning things. And that's my whole problem with how come people aren't protesting war as a thing against the environment.
Well, yeah, I think Trump is the Antichrist. He might be the Antichrist, and he's inadvertently being good for the environment if he keeps the war in Iran going. Because he's if the price of oil
What do you
stays
mean
this
by
high.
the Antichrist? I mean, you're an atheist, right?
No, I'm joking. I'm basically mocking Tucker Carlson, who says these. But I'm just saying that I follow this environmentalist guy on YouTube, and he's saying that inadvertently Trump is quite good for the environment with the war, because he's forcing us all to get rid of fossil fuels, basically, or use less of it, which is not good for the economy, obviously. I'm not saying it's good for our lifestyle, but it's
by jacking up the price. I get what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, but that's
Yes.
the problem, is that if we remove the fossil fuels, then economies will absolutely collapse. Millions, perhaps billions of people will die, because the entire global infrastructure, the global infrastructure, is set up on burning fossil fuels. The way we transport food, the way we produce food, housing, everything is dependent on fossil fuels. The medical industry. So you take away the fossil fuels too quickly without giving engineers time to re-engineer the energy problem, then you end up with a real crisis on your hands. But we need a crisis. I hate to say it, because, like I said, there's too many people on the planet right now, and we need to do something about
I mean,
that.
how big a crisis? So we're talking double black swan event, I guess, to create your crisis, right?
You know, to be honest with you, brother, I don't know what the double black swan event actually means.
No, I mean, one black swan would be enough to crash an economy probably for a couple of years, maybe, but two of them on top of each other would be enough to flip a system, is all I'm saying.
Possibly.
So basically,
Just,
if the canals get busted, it would be a black swan event. So if the canal actually gets completely blocked and unpassable at all, meaning they burn it, they explode it, they sink stuff that's too big in there permanently, that would be one black swan event. And another black swan event would be like a California 8.0.
Yeah, like if the Mariana Trench, blows or something like that, California, floats off into the ocean, something like that. Yeah, there are major catastrophes that could cause a global reset. The problem is who survives? If not enough of the smart people, like the engineers, the scientists, the doctors, if not enough of those people survive, then the survivors are kind of fucked because they're too dumb to fucking recover, right? And then the same thing with
If we have internet and people are saving, okay, with the cool thing with AI getting smarter now, it's very soon we're going to save a version of this that we can take anywhere without an internet hookup, and we can teach it medical stuff, meaning at least basic bandaging, wound tendering, and simple stuff to get anybody out of a normal situation if they're hit by a car or fall out of a tree or worse, that you can keep moving. And everything else you need is basically antibiotics and possibly steroids and stuff to keep to stay alive and keep going so you can get more serious help. But yeah, so it's just like people can learn simple medic techniques just to be a field medic at some level easily, and then like save that information, whether it's a book they carry that's very small or a notebook, or their tablet or their watch could have that in it, in these future simple AIs that are compressing. That's the crazy thing about AI. It's compressing itself now so it'll fit in smaller stuff offline. That's the big thing that's about to happen.
I'm not sure about that because you still need a computer to run AI. They're building huge data centers now for AI to take out electricity.
A guy used a MacBook on a plane for a flight with 2 batteries, and he completed all his AI work without an internet connection. Yeah, and there's an article about him. I think it was a pretty long flight, and he did manage his tasks so he didn't overclock it, and but he had it on a modern MacBook or something.
Well, the funny thing about AI is like you ask AI what are the biggest problems facing humanity, and they'll tell you the environmental stuff and all that crap. So the AI actually agrees with me with all the problems in the world and how to solve them. And you just gotta listen to the AI.
Yeah, I mean, you know how to solve, right? You have to move people away from the equator, but closer to the equator at the same time. So the equator has to be used for solar stuff, and solar panels, and you move people closer slightly to the equator to keep all the warmth toward the center of the planet, and beyond that, obviously, renewable stuff, and more friendly with the environment stuff, and in fossil fuels. And whatever we're using should be, even batteries should be minimal damage to the environment, whatever we're doing with it. And that would be a big turnaround right there. And then what we're using, nuclear is the best thing we have right now for heatless fuel, but it's not very heatless. So the fusion thing, that's what they're racing for helium-3 on the moon for, is a heatless, power. So that's the big deal with getting all that stuff and finding helium-3 on the moon.
Yeah, man, we're keeping busy until Jesus comes back. He better be coming. Trump is trying to bring Jesus back. I mean, the Jews trying to
I just think he's doing it. That's his base. He's just trying to play to people. George Bush tried the damn thing. No angels flew out anything for George Bush's butt. So it was just like, whatever. These people just prey on those people. They think that they're helping, and then the ones that are really tied into it end up disappearing. They're not even used by the party. Remember the guy that argued with Trump a few years ago about everything? He was a real religious guy, and he just disappeared. He was arguing about his Supreme Court picks back in 2016. And this guy really stood up to him really disliked him, was in his own party, and just like bowed out. But you could tell he was more serious about his Bible than than the other dude was. Oh,
Yeah, he was a good guy, even though he was. You can still be a good person and believe in stupid, wrong beliefs. But anyway, so I'll let someone else talk.
you asked me that question. I didn't get to repeat it earlier when we had the newcomer. I said the things that were used to be on the internet for like a minute, and I found like these old articles or books that featured them, and then they erased it. One was a mythological organ that was mentioned in ancient mythology, and I still can't find the exact story that I found about it, but it was a pretty interesting story. It was a weird organ, obviously, not in recorded history or pre-recorded. That, I mean, they used water organs back in ancient times, so this was something that inspired those that one of the gods had. And then they also mentioned in some kind of weird book I found, these are like PDF file kind of books that don't really exist, or I found them one day and then they evaporated. And it was about a certain time of day the ancient Greeks used to coat or put gold foil or something gold on the faces of those statues, the life-sized ones. And they said there was a certain time of day that they communicated with them, meaning the statue would talk. And I didn't know if it meant a radio signal or the way the light hit it, that looked like the face was doing something. And that wasn't clear in what the old book said. And then the other one was, of course, the trip to Tibet that the Germans went to in World War II. That stuff, some of it you can find on the internet, but not as much anymore. So Ernst Schaefer was a zoologist, went to Tibet, and with Bruno Berger and Karl Weinhardt, Ernst Krauss, and Edmund Gear. And their mission was apparently to, for his bird watching. They were just checking out birds and glaciers, and apparently digging up the hole to inner earth with the Tibetan monks. And there was a weird rumor that when the Soviet troops entered Berlin, they found a room of dead Tibetan monks, 1,000 of them, who had committed ritual self-deletion. Among them was supposedly a high-ranking monk wearing bright green gloves, sometimes called the man with green gloves. And he was rumored to be a seer of the adept of the Green Dragon Society who traveled from Tibet with the Führer. He was supposedly able to predict the outcome of the war, and when his predictions began to fail, he and his followers ended their lives. And it's just like, this is weird because it like disappeared. Like, I can't even find it anymore, but I asked my AI about it and it knew about it, but I don't know its references of where it found it. But I thought it was wiped from the internet.
I think half of what you said there is not true. Wait, you're saying there was 1,000 Buddhists killed?
Oh, I'm not saying any of it is true. I'm saying I found this on the internet years ago and they wiped it. And now my AI, I asked it about it. It knew about what I was talking about. So this is what it said. And I was just quoting my AI's looking up of the same article. But I don't know what the
you're
article
saying that there was like 1,000 Buddhists that were killed in Berlin, in a Berlin bunker, that killed themselves? Is that what
in 1945, it says from a Soviet account. Yes. I'm not saying that's true. I don't have anything, I don't have the actual document or the Soviet intel, but this is what this says. Yes.
Interesting.
And among them was a supposed high-ranking monk wearing bright green gloves. He was rumored to be a seer of the adept from the Green Dragon Society. This is all from Google Gemini, asking it what the hell this was all about. He was supposedly able to predict the outcome of the war, and when his predictions began to fail, he and his followers ended their, they self-deleted. Ernst Schaefer expedition was a very real historical event. Most historians consider the Green Glove story to be an urban legend. Oh, it says it's in the book by Jacques Berger, The Morning of the Magicians. Okay, I actually have that book, so that's why I've seen it. So I was just like, I don't know what page it's on, but I was like, I know I read this somewhere. I was like, what the hell? I've heard about the trip to Tibet before, but I'd never heard about this monk with green gloves story. I was like, what is this about? So we can learn something new every day, if we set our, whatever to it. But you would ask me what I was talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. Just things that ended up deleting off the internet, or we can't find about it. You find anything or pertinent information or up-to-date information. What happened? Did those kids ever find their homes that were picked up by those helicopters at that place, you know, or whatever you see on the news? It's just like, we're rescuing these people, but where are you taking them?
Yep, dude. Does anybody else want to talk? Because I don't want to be hogging the limelight here. I'm feeling self.
Yeah, you go ahead, be selfish, dude. Do a dance number or hand it over to Objective Ethics. You're here. You like to talk too. Dirty Low Life, come up here and argue with us.
I was if Fatima joined us and hasn't said anything yet, and Pristine's son, she'll probably mention the Mandela effect.
But Fatima's here and not talking. Wow, Fatima should be like punching me right now, like just bam, bam, bam.
Nah, man.
There you are.
You're good.
Welcome.
Yeah. You're good. I'm just hearing out the conversation.
Fatima, what about the topic of the show, Fatima? We never got your thoughts. What are the
I
best
think it's
and
pretty
worst
self-evident
things about humanity? I want to hear them. Go ahead. Remember, not everybody knows who you are or what you're about. Go ahead.
I think it's pretty self-evident to me that like the best qualities of humanity is like, I guess like its creativity and imagination, like art, philosophy, architecture, civilization, and the worst parts of it are like, you know, like its own destruction, ego. So it's almost like humans can't even keep what they have for a very long time, you know, because they're very irrational or irrational creatures inherently. Yeah. And yeah, I think that's a pretty easy topic to like answer.
What about that lady Pristine? What has she got to say? Yeah, some people come on and they don't say anything. So, right, where are we, guys? Bass Poet, I don't even know if he's there. But I am enjoying the conversation, guys, that you guys have been having. It's been good stuff. So feel free to keep it going. Fatima, what would you like to stoke the fire with?
Haven't learned any news yet. Other than they might start the war again because a ship crossing the strait was attacked by small boats right now, or like a few hours ago.
Yeah, whose ship? Who attacked it, etc. Go ahead.
It was a ship that belonged to a UAE, and it was attacked by Iranian drones, like the boat drones, and it might start again.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Any casualties?
There was a few men injured on the boat. Yeah.
Okay, not good, but no deaths.
No, just a lot of injuries for now.
But I hope they're not too bad. Dirty Lowlife says, the best thing about humanity is the ability to uphold a live chat show, even when you have nothing to say. There you go, guys. There you go. You're doing great, guys, in the eyes of Dirty Lowlife too. Congratulations. So the next person who speaks has the mic.
Well, I guess I'm going to jump back into the comments here while I listen to you guys, but I do want to say one thing when I leave, or on my way out the door, I should say, is that we do need to be protesting these wars, not just for the environment, but for the sake of humanity. You know, it's insane, really incomprehensible to me that at this point, with what we know about ethics and what we know about how small the world really is and how much everything that we do on one side of the world affects the other side of the world, we're all sharing this same planet. The damage that we do to the planet with these wars, you know, that we haven't stopped dropping bombs on each other. We haven't figured out a better way to sort these out, our differences with other countries. And it's not one country that's doing this. There are some countries like America that are drivers to a lot of this stuff, but we're not the only country that's doing this. Obviously, it's all over the place. What was that?
Well said, brother.
I said bloodthirsty. Yeah, some countries are just straight up bloodthirsty. Yeah, in my opinion.
the thing that does bother me about this is that the presidents and the oligarchs and the leaders, they're not out there with the machine guns and dropping the bombs. Ultimately, it's people that are fighting these wars. So if we would stop fighting these wars, the wars would stop. You know what I mean?
That
Those
depends, yeah.
not tough enough to go out there and fight their own fight. They're not going to roll their sleeves up or take off their tie and get out there and mix it up with anybody, right? It's us. We're the soldiers. And if we just say, hey, enough is enough, we're not going to kill our brothers and sisters on the other side of the planet or our neighbors right in the country next to us. We're going to figure out a way to get along and work things out. Then the wars will just stop. And we have the ability to do that. All we got to do is just fucking stop doing it. You know, it's easier to stop doing something than it is to start doing something, right?
Yeah, but like, isn't it kind of like I'm anti-war, but I'm also like a realist. Like, it's not gonna go away. So sometimes I'm like, what's the point of being anti-war? You know, I might well just choose like a country that aligns with like, I guess, my values. If you know what I mean, or like the stuff that I support.
Well, I don't think conflict is ever going to stop, and I don't necessarily think conflict needs to stop because, like I said earlier, we don't want to live in an echo chamber. But conflict doesn't have to necessarily lead to violence. You know, that's the thing I think a lot of people don't understand is it doesn't have to escalate to that level. You can have conflict, you can have disagreements with people, but if you all are on the same page that, hey, you know what, we're all equal, we're all human beings, we all have equal rights and equal needs, we share the same needs, then and you see the people next to you as your brothers and sisters, you're going to be far less likely to physically harm them or to do real serious emotional damage, even or mental damage to them. You're going to want to make sure that they're living, you know, they have what they need to sustain their lives, just like you have the same needs to sustain your life. You can have your disagreements and you can have your conflicts. But we don't need to be, you know, resorting to violence just to solve conflict. You know, that's the problem.
But that's probably why we should all go vegan, because if we're all vegan, we can't kill each other. So that's why.
Well, I would like to agree with OE, you know, but like I don't think that we're ever gonna see a brotherhood of man because like one thing that's apparent in human cultures throughout all human races is racism, in my opinion. Like I don't think that's ever gonna go away because even in Africa they hate each other, like clans and tribes hate each other. Like, you know, there was the Rwanda genocide and then there was the Ethiopian and like a Somalian war, you know, they like, and they still do have their problems with each other. The Ethiopians and the Somalis, they still do.
Sudan right now.
Huh?
In Sudan as well. And
oh yes, in Sudan there's a lot of tribal warfare too. There, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. There is a lot of tribal warfare, and I agree with you there. But I think as we continue to evolve, you know, societies evolve just like everything else evolves. Right? Evolution works and all touches every facet of existence. And so, the if we could continue to grow our understanding of how things actually are, as opposed to how we perceive them to be, and start to live in reality, I don't think it's really unimaginable that we can start to see each other as brothers and sisters, as one race, the human race. We just need to start promoting this idea. It can happen. I do believe it can happen.
I think it starts in childhood. Like, it's as usual, it's how people are educated or miseducated. And if you're taught to see differences, if you're taught it's them against us, if you're taught that others are a problem, if you're taught that you're in danger because of others, and you're not showing the commonalities, the linkages, then yeah, that's where it all starts. And look, as someone who grew up in a multicultural society, I've walked in other societies that weren't multicultural, and you do see more bigotry, you do see more racism, you do
where inside
see more
multicultural, yeah,
us and them kind of mentalities. You do see kind of insular thinking, and it all starts in the classroom. Who do you go to school with? Are you being brainwashed to think your way of thinking is better than everyone else's? Are you being separated from the herd? Are you being delusionally taught that you somehow matter, your ideology matters more than everybody else's?
Who would teach them that? That's a nice teacher.
That we're not all in this together.
Yeah, who would like have that course? Like who
Well,
would like
I mean,
teach
religious
that?
schools for
Homeschool?
a
Yeah,
start.
homeschooling.
Religious schools for a start.
Some religions promote like an us versus them mentality. Christianity
Yes.
still does, along with all the
That's what
other
I'm
ones. They
saying.
all
That's what
still
I'm saying. No,
promote.
no, I'm saying religious schools are a problem, perhaps. Sorry, maybe I misunderstood your question. But are you asking me what type of schools would? Well, I would say
It's not just that. It's not
a
just that.
secular school
What
for a
kind of
start.
person would have
A
those
school that
values
doesn't
though?
have fucking. Well, you probably don't have this in America, but we have religious schools here. You know,
Oh,
like that.
we have that here. We have like a Catholic schools. Well, it's only Christian schools though.
We have a lot of religious schools here, and I think that's a
Like
huge problem. Well,
yeah,
and
like we
also
don't have
I don't
like
in
think
our
there's
schools for
country,
nothing wrong with religious school.
I do think it's problematic that we have private schools even in our country where people pay to put their or they call them public schools, but they pay to put their children into an education that is it's a very expensive
I think if you
affair,
could pay for anything,
and
wouldn't you want a better
it
education?
creates a system of elitism. These kids literally think they're above other people because they went to a certain school. Now they come out of it with a fantastic education, wonderful, but to me, everybody should get a wonderful education, not just a privileged few. Especially when you consider, how did their parents get the money? Sometimes their parents got the money from, let's just say, dubious ways, ways that perhaps inflicted a lot of harm on society. There's
Yeah,
children of gambling like CEOs of massive gambling companies, fast food chains, etc., etc. All the children of such people are going to these schools, getting a fantastic education, and then going on and living. It's not the children's fault. I'm not blaming the children. I'm just saying we should open up and give a good education to everyone. Maybe that is going to happen. Maybe there will be some universal kind of high standard of education open to everybody because of the internet. Maybe now it's more accessible than ever. But then again, the dark side of me says, or the cynical side of me says, they don't want everyone to have an equal education because then they won't have. Then they won't have, people to boss around and to dupe into doing this or that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but like I just don't think that like racism could ever be transcended. Like I don't think that's ever going. And I'm not racist, but like I'm a very like hard realist in that sense of like how is that ever going to be like overcome, as a species? Because like there's a lot of groups in the world.
Tribalism, and just as long as we stop labeling people, tribalism is normal, but labeling people as non-people is what the problem is. I think it's hard to tell a difference now on who's who, so I think we're just all people, and I think that's the biggest thing we can do.
I think that DNW is onto something though, because how are we raising our children, the us versus them? The problem also is conflict resolution. What kind of example are we setting to our children as society and as parents, and how do we resolve conflicts? Right? If we're resorting to violence, which is what's happening so much, and if we glorify violence to a certain degree, then children are raised in this environment, then they're going to be susceptible to thinking that's an effective way to resolve conflicts. And then if you compound that with the problem that DNW was talking about with this us versus them, this othering of people, then you put those two things together and you have exactly what we have right now is people resolving conflicts with wars, and they're seeing other people as enemies.
Brilliant points there. And do you know what, Objective Ethics, you raised something fantastic there. And that is, I don't know, are kids these days taught, conflict resolution, mediation skills? Are they taught these things in school? I don't know. I don't know if they are. Are they taught to...
They are. I was taught that as... Yeah, I was taught that. And it was kind of thrown out.
Was it satisfactory?
No, because...
Was everybody taught it, or was it just because you elected for a specific module?
Everyone was taught that. It was part of civics class in high school, yeah. So, like, everyone had to, like, do, like, these sheets about that, And, like, every end of the month...
I don't recall the things, but I graduated
to me, that should
480.
be... To me, that shouldn't be just something you do, for like a couple of months in your teens. I actually think Objective Ethics, I think that should be a major part of your education the whole way through school.
What should be?
Well, I think mediation and conflict
resolution.
conflict
Yeah,
resolution.
I think all
I was
psychiatry and
taught that.
I think if
understanding
we
how
want a
your brain
peaceful
works.
society, we should learn
I was
how to
taught
help
that. I was
talk to
taught
each
that when
other.
I was like 8 years old. Ever since I was 8, they would always talk about like conflict resolution, like in like.
Did you absorb it though, or did you just look at it as like the school or the church telling you to believe in God and you got other things to do?
No, I was like in like a open school, like it was like secular, so I didn't see it as that. Though I do feel that my teachers
Was it a
were
standalone
pretty
subject?
horrible. No, it was in part of like. No, it was in part of like I think like history and then language arts, yeah, and English, yeah, conflict and resolution. They would mainly talk about it when like reading like historical like texts, and they would talk about conflict and resolution in relation. I think even a history class had that too. It was more of like a.
I just think it's a very important subject. Now, objective ethics, you raised it, and I do thank you for doing that. Do you know anything about what's going on in? Well, you're in America, the American education system. What are children getting in terms of an education in conflict resolution, mediation skills? Is this something that you know anything about in
It
as it
is.
stands today? Go ahead.
Yeah, there's the problem is that we're going too far to the other side. The pendulum is swinging too far in the wrong direction, because what's happening in America is there's a huge push to prohibit language and to fight up and to stop people from saying a lot of words that they don't want being said, and they're calling this violent speech, and they're calling this language violent. And I do understand that bigotry is not good. We want to be careful about the words that we use out of respect. But to try to tell people that this is violence, then what happens is it muddies up the water, so that when they start punching people in the nose and that's violence, then it all becomes the same thing. And so a person then says, well, if me calling somebody a bad name that's not socially acceptable is no different than me punching somebody in the nose, well, I might as well just go punch somebody in the nose. What's the difference? We have to be more realistic about how we educate people. Yeah, we don't want people using language that's not respectful, but we have to motivate people in a positive way. Same problem with the justice system is our justice system is not motivating people to make the right decision. It's simply trying to address the wrong decision. And then we're not even doing that effectively. And the schools are doing the
We
same thing.
demonize the truth, and with the Fifth Amendment and people getting arrested and whatnot. So if someone wants to tell the truth, they can go to prison or jail for the truth. And especially if they didn't commit a heinous crime or hurt anybody, I don't think they should. If they tell the truth about what they did, if you get pulled over and tell the officer you admit to speeding, you tell them where your weed is, why did they take you to jail? What did you do wrong?
I have a question. Owie, what country do you think has, like, in your opinion, that meets your standard the best, like, justice system? Like, what a country like comes to like your ideal standard?
Well, I haven't really investigated this a lot globally, but I've heard that Switzerland does a better job than America. But again, I'm pretty ignorant on that. I think the ideal system is focusing on education and rehabilitation, as opposed to just locking people away or doing something terrible like the death penalty, which I no longer support. I used to actually be in support of the death penalty because I understand on a personal level, I've had a family member get murdered, and I wanted justice, what I thought was justice.
Yeah,
but as
I'm
I've
okay
gotten
with it if the
older
survivors carry it out, not the state. The survivors have to carry it out.
But as I've gotten older and wiser, I realized that that's not solving any problems, right? Killing somebody for who's killed somebody else isn't bringing anybody back to life. It's not really making me feel any better, because the person who murdered my father has ultimately died of a drug overdose, and I don't feel any better about the situation now that they're gone than I did before when they were alive. And I had, you know what I mean? And I had some terrible, terrible thoughts when I was young. I was having thoughts about committing an act of violence to that person myself out of, justice, as I thought it was. But ultimately, once I got older and wiser and realized that the best thing that I could do for myself is, first of all, forgive that person. Because as I've talked about forgiveness on this channel, I think, and my own channel, forgiveness is not something you do for the other person. It's something you do for yourself. You've got to release that negative energy that you're carrying around. So that was the first thing I had to do, was to learn to forgive the person. And it was very hard to do, believe me.
I agree with you. Forgiveness is extremely important. And I think objective ethics, because me and you question free will, it might be a bit easier for us to forgive. because we realize people aren't really able to be anything other than themselves, and they didn't choose who they are. So in that sense, that for me was fundamental to me learning how to forgive. And by the way, I still struggle from time to time. I'm not saying it's easy, but when I get that kind of animalistic emotion, rageful, you know, as in like I get angry about what others do to me, or you know, mostly to me. I have an ability to kind of step back and forgive them, you know.
So when a
In
stranger
relation
pees on your shoe in the
in
league,
relation to others doing things to other people, it depends on whether it's in the past or now. But yeah, it's that's slightly difficult territory because you're not able to control it as much, you know, because it's you know, you have to pander to other people's emotions more because you're not one of the direct parties involved. But yeah, objective ethics in relation to forgiving people. Can you please go into a little bit of detail about how you started forgiving people? Thank you.
Well, you're absolutely right. Now, this is actually before I started studying free will. That's more recent for me, but I actually agree with you 100%. I don't believe in
Oh wow.
libertarian free will at all. But this is just something that I had once I realized what forgiveness actually was. As I mentioned before, forgiveness is what you do for yourself. It's not what you do for the other person. And so I wanted to do the best thing I could for myself and to release myself from as much pain, from trauma as I could. We've all had pain, we've all had trauma, we've all experienced in our own way. So my story is not any different than anybody else's. It's just the details are a little different. So my heart goes out to everyone on this panel and everyone in the chat and everyone in the world, because we all have a tough life, right? And so when we learn to forgive people who hurt us, and we've all had people who hurt us, and we're all going to have people who hurt us in the future, we cannot stop that. The best thing you can do is to take it in stride, to learn bad actors, how to identify bad actors, to try to keep yourself out of bad situations as much as possible. And then when you do get screwed over, to take it in stride and say, okay, you know what, that's a lesson learned, and it's a valuable lesson because now I can use it to improve my life going forward. And that's so valuable. And that's the beauty of life, right? That's really one of the beautiful things about this existence is it's an experience, and every experience you have an opportunity to turn that information into knowledge and knowledge into wisdom. And wisdom is the fundamental virtue, which is something I talk about a lot, right? Trying to live a virtuous life.
I agree with that. I 100% agree with that. And you know, as much as people say existence is full of shit on this panel, a lot of the time that's some of the rhetoric that people say here. It is true. Can you turn that into wisdom? And I was trying to talk about that the other day. I don't know if you were listening that day, Objective Ethics, when I was talking about how, you know, we may be nuts in the muck, like we may be acorns covered in shit, but metaphorically we can, just as the acorn uses that shit to grow and transcend the shit, we can use our shit in our lives to grow, to become wise, and to grow, and to look back at that and say we're above it now. You know, we're beyond it. We've transcended. We see it for what it was, and that's something liberating and powerful.
It is.
You know,
it's empowering, and you're absolutely right, brother. It's empowering and liberating, and that's the beauty of it. Is, and I understand, because when you're in the middle of the shit, right? When you're deep into it, you know, you could say, oh, these people are being dismissive of my pain and my suffering, but it's not about that at all. It's trying to encourage people to overcome, because that overcoming is worth whatever through. Trust me, I did a video on my channel called Courage Without Fear. I recommend people listen to that because I talk about some of my background. It's really important when you overcome fear and you overcome recklessness and you attain courage, man, you can face anything once you understand courage, you know, and you attain that virtue. And it's so worth it. It is, as terrible as it is.
And Objective Ethics, there's nothing else to do here other than to try and push through the shit, or else, because otherwise you're still in the shit. The only sane response to shit is to try and push through it.
Yeah, I am a big proponent of MAID, medical assistance in death. I actually am a proponent of that, but I think we should be giving people a way out. They want off the roller coaster. I think that it's insane that we don't give people that choice. However, I think that 90% of the people that are on the roller coaster want to stay on the roller coaster. We want to live. It's part of our evolution, right? It's a biological evolution, is we want to survive, and there's a reason for that. And I think the value of that is in the experience itself. That's really what Nietzsche was getting at, is, you know, it's the experience itself, the good and the bad, has a particular inherent value. We just have to extract that value from it and make the decision to do that. And part of it is taking responsibility for our own actions. That's something that so many people are afraid to do. It's so easy to point our finger at others and the world around us and say the world is so mean and pushing me down and the man's got his boot on me and blah, blah, blah. But how much responsibility are we taking for our own actions, our own survival, and our own part of the community?
Sorry, if you have no free will, then do we have responsibility?
Yeah, absolutely. Because just because we don't have free will doesn't mean we don't have agency. So I actually believe in compatibilism, or what's called soft determinism. We do reason. We do have an ability to reason through choices, but the reasoning is limited. It's so limited because so much of what happens is based on the way we're raised, the way that our mind develops, our personality develops, and this happens from the time we're in the womb. Even before we're popped out, this process begins. Like literally, like the formation of your brain and stuff, what your mother eats, the music they listen to, that kind of stuff, her chemicals that are inside her body are literally
objective ethics. I think look, I think I am more a hard determinist, but like when I analyze it, I can see that even like de facto, even though one person may have more agency than another, but they didn't choose that potential. It was kind of like existence brought it out in them, and like I would say, some of us, without doubt, some human beings have more potential than others in terms of agency, and I would say that's what I look to. How much possibility is there within you, and are you living to your full potential? And for me, living to your full potential would be a good thing for you and others, trying to be the best person that you can. But I do note that nobody chooses that potential. Objective ethics. You get what I'm getting at. But I have to say, it does appear a lot of people have more potential than they're using. Do you get what I'm saying? Objective ethics.
Oh, that's a fact, and we can look at a lot of evidence for that because it's the development of the brain itself, the limbic system. How do our emotions control us? Because we've all had times when we've talked ourselves off the ledge, so to speak, and we've also had times where we just do things autonomically without even thinking about it. So we know the subconscious drives so much of what happens. Words we say, our actions, so on and so forth. There's been other experiments done with this, and we know that there's people who have what we call disorders, cognitive disorders, right? Antisocial personality disorder, whatever it might be. And so DID, right? Dissociative identity disorder. So there's just so many different types of mental conditions that we've been able to study. And that's why the justice system needs to actually be more effective and address these things. We need to recognize, is this a person that can be rehabilitated? And if not, then we need to provide a humane place for them to finish out their existence, which but still keep them separated from society. You can't have axe murderers running around in society, right?
No, I agree with you. I agree, because just as it's not their fault that they're axe murderers, it's nobody else's fault either. So why put the risk on others? Objective ethics. I think I think you'd be with me on this as well. If one is endowed with a lot of intellectual ability and emotional intelligence, compassion, understanding, I think whether you like it or not, a duty comes from that objective ethics. People don't like it when I say that, but I think if you value something, like, if you understand suffering sucks, then and you have an ability to do something about it, then I feel that you're morally obliged to try, to use yourself as a vessel for what you believe is important. And people don't like it when I say that, but I just think that if you care about something, the moral thing to do is to use your best abilities to try and bring that to the attention of others, or solve it if you can.
I might personally, and I'm not trying to control the conversation, you guys. I wanted to hear from everybody here, but I think I personally avoid the term duty, because I think
I know a lot of people don't like it.
But what I do think, though, is that a person who has the capability of reasoning and logic, it's the logical thing to do to apply those skills, because you are making your life better by making the world around you better. And so the more potential you have, the better you can make the world around you, the better your life is going to be. So it just makes sense. I don't know that it's a duty per se, but it just seems like it would be the logical thing.
I think it is a duty in that it makes sense to you and others. So therefore, I would say that could be a duty. You know, that it's something that literally isn't insane. It isn't. It's not. It's something that's going to make your life better and others' lives better. You know, mostly your life, because if you're living in alignment with your values in such a situation, then the beauty is it can also help others. You know, because if you
Oh,
get
go
what I'm
ahead.
saying. So it is a kind of duty to yourself, because if you care about something and you sit back and don't do anything about it, then that is a kind of negative feeling in yourself, and it causes a kind of festering away in your kind of psyche. And I would say, from that perspective, you have a duty to yourself to impose yourself in a good way on reality to try and stop that happening. And the benefit of that is you also help others.
Well, it's the way I talk about it is, and again, I do intentionally avoid the word duty because I think it infers something metaphysical, and I'm not sure that that necessarily applies. But I do think that it's logical, because I do think that every single living organism wants to live a good life. As you guys have heard me say a million times on this channel and my own, we all want to live a good life, and to try not to overwhelm people with all this and try to simplify the journey for people, the first few steps, so they can kind of get the ball rolling, is just to make it very simple that in order to live a good life, you need self-respect. That's fundamental. You cannot have a good life, the good life we all want, if you don't have self-respect. And you cannot respect yourself if you don't respect others and you don't respect the environment that you live in. And I try to keep it basic like that, but there is more steps to it. Once you get that down, then it goes into more of what you're talking about, which is fulfilling your potential. That's part of self-respect, right? If I don't fulfill my potential, then I can't really have self-respect, because I know that there's more I could be doing, right? Whether it's a duty or not, I don't think so, because that's metaphysical. But I do think that it's part of what I really want, which is to live a good life. And so I think we have common ground there,
Yeah, again, I don't know. Maybe I'm just I'm thinking a duty is something that's a sane response to your thoughts and feelings. You know, it might be just I'm maybe using a word in a different way that others would use it. But I mean, it would seem that you have a duty to align your thoughts and feelings. That seems like something that would raise your well-being. And
to be generous and to I'm sorry to cut you off, but I think this is really important, because a lot of people watch your channel, and I think that good communication is really important. And so, given that you've given me what your definition of duty is, and I've given you my definition of being metaphysical, I can actually extend the olive branch and take a step your direction and say, you know what, brother, when I look at things through your perspective, yeah, I can use the word duty. I can accept that, and I got no problem with that at all. Based on how you've explained it to me in your eyes, it doesn't mean that I'm going to refer to it as a duty when I'm talking to other.
Yeah.
But absolutely, to be generous in this conversation, because I do think that in a lot of ways we are talking about the same thing. Once we sort through the language.
Yeah, exactly, and that's all about having more conversations and getting over that, because that is exactly what prevents clarity. Sometimes is not continuing the conversation, just stopping when you feel confused about what the other person's saying. It's always worthwhile to push on and see what the common ground is, and then start maybe reaching mutual agreement on meaning, rather than stopping at the first moment of confusion.
Yeah, it's a dictionary fallacy to just insist that a word has to have a specific meaning. There's really no denotative meaning to words. There's no objective meaning to any word or anything, because everything that has meaning, every value judgment, every description is going to be subjective, right? And there is an objective reality that's out there, but everything gets processed through the brain, which then makes it subjective, right? So, yes. So it's important to understand that we need to be generous and gracious with each other, just in the same way we want other people to be generous and gracious to us too, in the same exact way.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you, Objective Ethics.
Yeah, could I just?
Who else?
Sorry, go ahead. Got to say something. Just one thing to just add, and this will be my final word here. I apologize, because I think Fatima was going to jump in here too, and I really want to hear what everybody has to say. But I think one of the things that we really as part of this duty that we're talking about, right, with making the world better around us and stuff like that, we need to understand that value only happens when other people are invested in the conversation or in the situation, right? I can, if I live on the planet by myself, there's no value because I have no way to improve any life for anybody else or to be perceived by anybody else, right? So when it's like, that's why we are meant to be together, working together, because we're a social species. It's like, if you're a diamond, or excuse me, if you had a diamond and you had the biggest diamond in the world, a diamond as big as a house, right? You'd be so wealthy. Everybody around you would say, oh my God, look at this fat ass diamond that Objective Ethics has, right? And that's so wonderful. But what happens if everybody on the planet disappears? That diamond has literally no value. What am I going to do? I can live in anybody's house. There's nobody around anymore. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I can drive anybody's car. I don't need the diamond. So the diamond only has value if there's other people around. Now imagine that you're the diamond. It works the same way, right? So go ahead, Fatima. What were you going to say?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to ask you a question, Owie, just about like your a concept of like a good life for everyone to have a good life. I agree with that at face value, but like there's a lot of like types of people out there in the world, as me and and like a lot of people's version of a good life is to like exploit and even hurt others for like just their own either gain or like their own like sadistic personal enjoyment. So is there a way to like qualify what is a good life without like including those people? Because like they can easily say and argue, hey, this is my definition of a good life, it's to hurt others and to exploit others. And there are unfortunately people like that, like serial killers, sadists, exploiters, sex traffickers. Those people will always argue.
Well, you see, that may be there, but we can't actually say that's in that situation. If your enjoyment, if you have as an individual and you enjoy being a sadist and hurting others, I mean, the truth is, this is related to the fact you're not in isolation. Sorry, I was reading a message there, but I just wanted to pop in because I had a burst of insight. You're not living in isolation, so therefore, other people can't take that seriously and say, that's an okay way of looking at the world, or that is a duty that relates to the duty of aligning your thoughts and feelings, because I think it's what Objective Ethics said there. We are connected. Other people live here. So the fact that other people live in this existence with you means you have to somehow come to a win-win situation, because if you don't, your well-being is going to be impacted by them in some way or other. Eventually, you may have a short-term win, but long-term, it's dangerous territory to piss people off.
Yeah, but like, is life always fair? Huh? Is life always fair that there will be a guarantee win-win?
No, it's not. It's not. I'm saying it's not. But the thing is to try and move towards that as much as possible.
Well, I think that it goes even deeper than that. And Fatima, I'm so glad that you brought this up. I have so much respect for you and for your intellect. And this is such an important topic. This is such an important thing to look at, because you're absolutely right, family. People are all over the world are chasing all these different things, thinking it will give them a good life. Not everybody is a serial killer, thank goodness, but there are people who are chasing drugs, alcohol, sex, power, money, you name it, right? Fame, fortune, whatever it is. They think it's going to help them live this good life. The problem is that is what Muslims would call a mirage, right? You know what a mirage is a specific type of hallucination when you're out in the desert and you're looking across the heat waves, and as your brain starts to get foggy, you think you're seeing water, an oasis, right? So you struggle with your last breath, your last bit of energy to get to this water that you need so desperately to live, and you find out that there's nothing but dry sand when you get there. And that's what a mirage is. It's a very powerful analogy, because it's literally life and death that we're talking about here, right? We think we see something that we need to survive, and that's what these mirages are. It's more than just an illusion. The chasing the money and everything else I mentioned, those things can make your life a little easier. It's nice now that I have enough money to pay the bills, maybe a little extra to, you know what I mean? Yeah, that does provide some comforts, but that's not where the good life comes from. I was living a good life before this point. And so when it comes to the person who's, just let me just real quick, DW, if I could just, I just want to land this plane really quick, because this is so important. This is really important. So what you do is, how does a person figure out within themselves what is going to give them the good life? That's ultimately your question, right? How people are going to figure this out is basically by using the virtue of justice. And what justice comes from the word justification. And in order to justify something epistemically, you need to understand fairness. Fairness is another virtue, right? Fairness means treating like cases alike. You must be able to start to identify the like cases. So let me give just.
Well, objective ethics. You muted yourself there. He's muted himself. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was moving my phone and I just
Okay,
yeah. So let me just really quick. So an analogy I've used in past conversations is, you have two people who jump the fence, right? One guy jumps the fence because he wants to break into the house, steal the TV, kick the dog, or whatever. The other guy jumps over the fence because he sees a little kid that's drowning in the pool. They're both jumping the fence. So many people are stopping at that and saying, look, that's a like case. It's not. You've got to go further. You've got to go as far as you can to understand, why are these people jumping the fence? So once you can understand what like cases alike mean, which means we're all human beings, that's at the starting point, right? We are all human beings. We all bleed red. We all need food. We all need shelter. We need community. So that makes us equal right off the bat. That's where I get the standard for objective morality from, is because we're all like cases. And you build up from there. So if you can't justify your actions, truly justify your actions, you cannot gain self-respect from those actions.
I agree with you on that much. And the thing is, though, it does show then, unfortunately, objective ethics, that if we are to hold that standard, that not everybody is capable of the good life, and
that's true. That's the uncomfortable truth. But that's the uncomfortable truth. You're right.
That goes back to what I said earlier about that being the burden of people who can, because if you understand that, you also understand it's not people's fault if they can't live the good life. So therefore, you have to treat them fairly, with love and compassion as much as possible, because it's not their fault that they can't lead the good life. They literally can't do it, and that's just the unfortunate reality. That's why when you talk about justice and fairness, all that consideration will come into that. But objective ethics, I was just going to riff off something else you said about living the good life. This level of understanding and insight, would you agree it comes with age? And also, it may be that, it may be just that because you're getting a little bit older, that and so am I. We're able to think these things, and maybe when we were younger, this wouldn't have been on the agenda. You talked about chasing sex and drugs and all these things. I mean, let's just be honest. Maybe it's because if you live a certain amount of time, you get enough experience to come up with these ideas or accept these positions. But the truth is, that's just because you've lived long enough, and you have obviously the intellectual and emotional capacity as well. But yeah, so not everyone can live a good life, but also it may be that it has something to do with age as well sometimes, and brain development.
Problem is, brother, the problem is, you're right about not everybody can attain the good life. That is something that needs to be kind of fleshed out, because we don't know. Because if we really focused on rehabilitation of criminals, for example, we don't really know until we put in the work to find out what their capability and what their capacity actually is. So we can't judge things on the surface, right? The other thing I'd like to point out, though, is that, yeah, you're right. It does come with age. Age is an advantage because you have more opportunity for more experiences. But at this point in society, we have no excuses, because here's the thing, is that I grew up in an environment that was glorifying sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And there's no excuse for that. The adults in my life should have known better. They should have fucking known better.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not my fault being a child that I didn't figure it out. I should have had adults around me telling me, hey, don't chase this stuff.
I agree with you, man. I definitely think we fail as a society because, people like to blame young people or even say, oh, young people are just doing what they do and there's nothing you can do about it. Actually, there is. We create a society that peppers young people's minds with absolute shit and puts a lot of young people in a dire situation when there was no need for them to be in that. I mean, popular culture is trash a lot of the time. Also, mentorship is absent from a lot of young people's lives. We talk about that a lot here. And, just the kind of, I would say, some of the negative sides of consumerism, really fuck up young people's trajectory in life, and we did talk about education as well. The kind of, it does seem in where I am as in the UK, there is this unfair system where some kids get educated better than others, and I don't think that's on at all. So objective ethics, there are things that can be done, and yes, it may be that only some adults are capable of pushing the right agenda, but again, that is their burden. That is the only sane response to reality. That is their duty, in my words. Obviously, you'll use different phrasing, but that is the only sane response from a switched-on mind to these matters.
Yeah, that is how I put it, brother. You're absolutely right. Sane. It's the only reasonable thing that a person who knows better will do. It doesn't make it's incoherent to think that a reasonable person who knows better would do something opposite what they know is going to bring them happiness and what's going to provide them the best life they could possibly live.
Mm-hmm. And the truth of it is, objective ethics, and I've said this before on my channel. It's the right thing to do, but we're not delusional. We don't know if it's going to work out, but it's the only thing to aim for. I mean, the truth is, there's nothing else to do but to aim for an action that will help raise others and raise yourself and just make life better for others. We're not saying we're going to be able to do that, but it's the only thing worthwhile doing in reality, focusing on.
Well, I'm not saying it's going to make life easy, but what I'm going to say is that it is the right thing to do, and it will make your life better. I guarantee it, because like Buddha talked about so long ago in the Four Noble Truths, there is going to be suffering, right? That's one of the truths. There is going to be an end to suffering. That's the other truth. There is a way out of suffering. That's the third truth. And the fourth truth leads you to the Eightfold Path, which lets you know how you're going to get through suffering, right? And that takes a little bit more fleshing out, but ultimately comes down to the middle way, having balance and understanding, how to lessen your expectations, lower your expectations for good and for bad, so on and so forth. So there is a way out of suffering. And I think what we're talking about here is the way, even though, I mean, there's people who, like I said before, there's a guy, an author, and I never can remember his name, but he wrote a book, very powerful book about his time in concentration camps in Nazi Germany and how he rose above all that because of perception and expectation and learning. I mean, there are people who've gone through situations that are unimaginable, and yet they said, hey, I've lived a good life going through stuff that we think is insane, right? So it's just, it can be done. It's just a matter of, do you have the strength to pull yourself through it?
I think you're right, and I think the focus, the focus should be unwavering to better your experience and to better the experience of others here. Okay, that should be the unwavering focus. But as you say, how you get there, I think, is fluid. You can't be rigid in how you approach that, because different circumstances need different ways of tackling them. For example, sometimes it's good to be a little bit emotionally detached from something because you're trying to fix something. You can't be too rattled, or you'll be too anxious and too let's just say you won't be able to be as competent as you would be if you were not so anxious. Also, sometimes it is good to be emotionally available, so it's about learning what is the right response emotionally, intellectually in the moment, knowing that those things can change. Okay, but what doesn't change is the focus of all your thoughts, your desires, which is to raise well-being in you and others.
Yeah, the key for me when I got things really turned around, because I was going the exact opposite direction of the direction you guys see me going today, was to sitting in a cell locked up. And I thought to myself, holy fuck, the whole time I've been screwing my life up is because I was blaming myself for things I had no control over, like my father's death or a parent's divorce or being in orphanages and stuff like that. I was just a kid. I had no control over that stuff. Then what I wasn't doing was taking responsibility for the things I did have control over, for my own agency. And once I righted that ship and flipped that around, my whole life turned around. I had the strength to move on because once you start accepting responsibility and stop blaming the world for your stuff you actually know better, you fucked up yourself, then you will be a lot more hesitant and resistant to fucking up in the future, because you're going to take responsibility for that. And also, when you can free yourself from a lot of unneeded and unnecessary guilt and shame for things that you had no control over, that's a huge thing. A lot of victims of SA carry around a lot of shame and guilt, especially when it happens to them when they're a child. and they need to free themselves from that because it's not their fault. And once they can do that, some of them never can. You know what I mean? They carry that shame around forever, and it just destroys them. You got to be able to free yourself from the things you're not responsible for, but you have to have an honest mind, an honest mindset to say, what am I actually responsible for? You know.
Very good points. Vegan Equilibrium asked this question: do you think it was compassion that drove forward the struggle for human rights, or was it radical opposition? I mean, I think it was both. Actually, I don't think you could say one or the other. I think sometimes it was radical opposition by literal victims of oppression and injustice, and then married to that was compassion from others who were observing, who were watching. You know, and so it was the power of both coming together that caused human rights to grow and to become prominent in some parts of the world. You know, you couldn't say it was one or the other.
Look at nature is not perfect. I think nature isn't perfect, because if it was perfect, to be like all vegan and stuff. But when you look at nature, it's not all perfect. It's quite horrible. So that's why I don't like watching nature documentaries a lot, because you see that suffering.
Yeah. Anybody else want to come on, guys? Link is below the video. Do come on if you want to say something. Fatima, yeah, you're right about that. That was definitely the book Objective Ethics was referring to. Viktor Frankl's Man's Quest for Meaning, right? Objective Ethics.
That's the one.
Yeah. Okay, so the panel's open, guys. Anybody want to come on? There's quite a few of you in chat. Dirty Lowlife, it's a shame you can't come on, brother. I hear you though. He says he has to be quiet because there's others around and they're probably sleeping in the next room or so. Okay, Fatima, what have you got to say at this stage of the conversation?
Oh, not much.
Let's be honest, Fatima. Let's be honest, Fatima. Objective Ethics has been saying some wonderful stuff, some nuggets of gold in there. But you're somebody who is very negative about reality, to the degree where you want it to. You basically think it's wrong to bring people here to have children, and you don't seem overly enamored with other humans. Am I right to say you would hardly step outside to go and help others, or is that going a bit too far?
Could you repeat? My laptop was glitching out.
Are you somebody who would help your enemy?
No, they're my enemy for a reason. Why would I help that? They're out against my best interests.
What about the position? What about the fact that they may well be victims of circumstance? They may be people who grew up in a certain manner, and therefore their thoughts, their emotions are all shaped by things that are outside of their control. Can you, in any way, because you speak very harshly about, let's be honest, about certain people in the world. Now, you view them as your enemies, rightly or wrongly, but is it like you wish death upon them? You call them all sorts of names, but is it not the case that perhaps that is just fighting fire with fire? Maybe it's the wrong way to go about things. Maybe there is a different path.
Well, to me, I think at this stage in human history, I think the gloves are off, and I think and what you are? Hello?
No, you're back now. You're back. Go ahead.
No, I think, to me, if you want my honest opinion, I think that the gloves are off. The tables have been flipped. There's no standard anymore. There's no use in being like a goody two shoes in certain respects towards certain groups of people, whether it's an ideology or groups. I don't think that. I think that we're at a stage where like the gloves are now off now. Like there is no going back.
You think that? You think that? You don't think it is the case of he who seeks equity must do equity? That you must act as you want others to act, and it's a very hard thing to do, but it's the only dignified response to a crazy reality. And for example, Fatima, I don't mean to put you in the limelight here, but you are a minority in terms of how you identify. Yeah.
I know. Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Let's be honest. Like, I don't know if it's in your favor to be so harsh about others when you are the minority of minorities. And if other people acted like that towards the likes of you, well, you wouldn't have much power to overcome them. So maybe
Well,
there
of
is it
course.
is. So I'm just saying, why act like others who threaten you? Why act in that regard? Why act in that manner? Sorry.
Why? Because most people will not take the quote unquote high road because they just won't. The life is unfair. People are very unfair. As my father would say to me, don't trust anyone. And like, sure, there's some people who like support my demographic, but at the same time, like, I highly doubt their support is genuine. Like, what if their support comes from sheer like pity and not like genuine understanding? Because there's that too, there's that too, like, like, I don't know a person's mind or intentions. I can't like,
It's this
open up
rhetoric. It's
this.
the rhetoric you have, Fatima. That's what I'm saying. It's the rhetoric you have that I think is unhelpful because it just creates. It makes you an easy target. Okay, so whether or not the issues, so you may have valid qualms. Okay, in some instances, I'm not saying you do, but I'm just making the argument here for you. You may have valid positions on what you think is right and wrong. Okay, and it may be that you're pointing out injustices and oppression and stuff that are as I said, um, unjust. But like the thing is, Fatima, it's the rhetoric, is it not, that damages your public reception.
Hmm?
It's when you threaten others,
Public
or
reception.
when you wish them death, when you wish death upon them. I mean, is it not that is doing damage to you? And perhaps
Well,
if you showed a
I haven't
willingness
done
to
that
be,
in like a while.
if you well, okay, so you don't do that anymore. I'm just asking you, would you not think it would be better to be more engaging, perhaps open to breaking bread with people, talking to them, and maybe look, if other people can see you're acting in a kind of dignified manner, and the others are not, well, maybe that will show you who the bad guy is. But at the moment, if you act like the bad guy that you perceive as the bad guy, then you're just another bad guy, are you not?
I mean, yeah, but I don't follow like a strict binary of like heroes and villains in the world. Life is not like a superhero comic book to me. I think everyone is drenched in this type of systematic control of the world, which is very, very problematic. This world is very problematic with
It
its
sure is.
globalist systems and like, yeah. So like, how can I ever break bread with somebody if like they're holding like a knife behind their back, metaphorically speaking, of course, or like
Well, I'm
their
not
hands are
talking
not
about
as clean.
I'm not talking about breaking bread with, like, say, literal power brokers here. I'm talking about the people further down the chain, their supporters, you know?
Their supporters.
Um, yeah.
Well, when it comes to supporters, like, I know you're not part of my community. I know you don't identify as what I identify, but I can tell you straight up that now there's a giant rift within the broader alphabet people. There's a lot of internal conflict between them, and I see this a lot with a lot of groups. I see this with a lot of racial groups, religious groups, political groups. You know what Stalin did to his men. He purged them. Hitler purged his men that didn't meet his strict standard, and this happens to every group I've been into. This happens to my demographic. This happens to Latinos who are like more like lighter skin than darker skin, or like they follow a Protestantism instead of like being Catholic. There's a lot of that going on there too. In Central America, there's more converts to Protestantism, and they're starting to like socially ostracize the Catholics now because they think it's like a antiquarian point of view, and they say it's tied to like state control. They're starting to like have their own like anti-Vatican rhetoric down there. It's very real,
Okay.
actually.
Okay, Fatima. Now, look, this is a little bit related to what me and Lindo were saying yesterday. We were talking about narcissistic personalities, okay, and how they cause a lot of trouble in society, okay? And basically, sometimes what happens is when someone is an arsehole or says something that, is, let's just say, harmful or unnecessary, um, well, we'll say harmful or rhetorically aggressive or, just distasteful, what happens is they get used as a kind of they somehow morph into the stereotype of the people they're representing, unfortunately. So I put it to you that if you have grievances with the world or with others, with your enemies, your opposition, whether you like it or not, okay, as someone who doesn't have power, as someone who, is trying to build a case in the public eye, how you behave, and you might not like this, but how you behave has consequences.
Of
I
course,
would say to
cause
you,
and
you should definitely try to always act in a dignified manner, not to call names, not to get aggressive, not to wish death upon people. Because what happens is that type of rhetoric harms your identity. People will look at you as some kind of insane person, and unfortunately, they will tie it to your
identity.
your identity. They will tie your how they perceive you to the cause that you're talking about or fighting for. And so what happens is you end up harming the cause, and so it's you might as well have not have said anything, because it's actually a net negative, you interacting with the world, because you've actually damaged your cause. So you might as well have just shut up, because you've actually for the cause, you have caused it to take a step backwards in terms of its power. Okay, so I would say anybody who is trying to argue for a better situation in relation to a particular people being oppressed or whatever it may be, unfortunately, doing so with dignity is very important. Trying not to be, trying not to give ammo to others, especially to the other side, because that just completely, I would say, yeah, it just deteriorates your message. It shows it casts it allows people to cast aspersions over you, and to question whether you're worth supporting. So, do you get what I'm saying? Sorry, I'm going on and on, Fatima. Sorry for
Yeah, no,
elaborating.
I do get what you're saying. I have thought of this a lot, but at the same time, like I see respectable people do this, and they don't really progress much because they just don't. You know what they say: nice guys do finish last. You know,
Well,
like that's true. Yeah, that's
I suppose going. I suppose the problem is what we were talking about yesterday with these kind of narcissistic personality disorder, the kind of dark psychologies that infect movements and, become prominent voices. That's the problem. Okay, and this is maybe you're right. Maybe it's so fucked up that, whatever your cause is, there's always some arsehole making a loud noise about it in a kind of negative fashion that is attracting
that's always going to
negative
happen.
attention.
Now, yeah.
So, so it may be that they are causing problems, and maybe there's nothing you can do because there's so many of them. But then again, maybe that shouldn't dissuade you from trying to do the right thing, which is not to be like that, not to be another arrow slung at your cause because of the way you behave. Maybe despite all the arseholes, no matter what your cause, to move forward in good faith, to move forward in a manner that is dignified, to move forward in a way that shows you're willing to break bread with others, that you're willing to, try and move forward together rather than, just being a fucking lunatic. Maybe there is, maybe still, despite everything, Fatima, it's the only way to behave.
And I don't really see that going in my direction because if I'm gonna do what you said I'm gonna do tomorrow, I'm gonna come back within a year and like not really see much progress because like the people in charge of these movements, people who are in the opposition and in my own demographic, to me, they're always going to elect the most crazy people. They're always going to favor the most loudest and, rambunctious and like demagogue person out there. Like that's why we have like the worst of the worst.
Are they always going to elect? Are you sure about that?
Of course they will. Yes, this happens to every like sociological and political movement because people want immediate answers because they don't have the patience for it. So they'll do anything they want to get what they want. And you, I think of all people, should like be aware of that too, because
No,
like, you know,
I
like I think
understand
you've been
I understand the huge problem, but I don't know if people in you know persuasive leadership are always dark or always like obviously they have dark traits, but I don't know if they're always the monsters you're painting them out to be.
No, I would think that they actually are. If you're
Really?
participating in this global
Always.
system, yeah, especially now. Maybe back then there were some honest Joes that were leaders, but they usually get like removed or like killed off very fast, or like their influence becomes waning. But like
What
I
do you
think if you're
think
going to be
objective
part of
ethics? Do you think it's really that bad that all leadership is toxic, as Fatima claims?
or
All
could
leadership.
be toxic, could be. I didn't say it
Well, we know
was.
it could. We know it could be, but you know, I thought you said. I asked you, was it like? So you were saying could be. Well, all right. Well,
No,
I don't think.
I'll
I
say.
don't. I don't. I still
I'll
don't
say,
think all leadership could
I'll,
be. I think a lot of it is perhaps, but not all of
I'll
it.
say eight. I'll say like 90% of anything that's like social, political, cultural movement. I think that their leaders are going to be less, more than dishonest. They're going to be very, very, just like you know, just like very self-serving, egotistical, narcissistic. I say this as a descriptive. You know, like I'm not a psychologist. I just think that you know, like if you're gonna get things done, you're gonna want the man or like the they them that's gonna be the most firebrand of them all, and like the one that isn't gonna take compromise. Now, I don't wish to be a leader because I know that I just can't be
No,
bothered with.
hold on a second, Fatima. You can still be dignified, all right, and show you're not going to be fucked around with. Okay, you can still be. You don't have to wish death on people, right? You don't have like for example, I'm just using some of the rhetoric
Well,
you've
I
said in the
don't.
past. I'm saying as a leader, you could say, look, we don't want to do this, but we are capable of being a monster, but we don't want to be a monster. Okay, just because you know you don't have to go out there leading with violence, leading with aggression. You can say, look, we're capable of these things, but we don't want that path forward. We don't want to be a monster, but don't push us too hard. I mean, that's there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but like eventually the opposition's going to like push you around too much because they're always going to see you as like a lesser. They always will see you as like the lesser one. Now, especially a person like me, they're always going to see me.
Hold on, Fatima. Unless you're able to persuade enough people to support you, and as I'm suggesting to you, how you persuade people to support you, in my view, is by acting in a dignified manner that wins hearts and minds.
I don't see it because like I don't care to win over hearts or minds. That's not my responsibility. I don't think I have a duty to like persuade people to follow me because you either like take me or
you just want to turn people off and sound like a lunatic.
I didn't say that. I mean,
but by the way, Fatima, when you're talking about anything in public, and you claim to care about it, I think you should be careful, no matter what you think. If you care deeply about matters, yeah, and you're talking about it in public, unfortunately for you, you are representing that cause in that moment. So I think you should take it very seriously. You think your words don't matter. People are listening. I know we might be a fucking nanocosm, like we're fucking a microcosm of a microcosm.
No, we are a microcosm. What influence do I have?
I'm still saying it matters, does it not?
No, because I don't think
your words are reverberating somehow. You're part of a butterfly effect. Who knows who's listening? You are infecting minds. You are affecting minds.
No, there are more people out there with much more influence than me that are saying worse things, and they get like
are you saying
thousands.
Look, I want to go back to objective ethics here. Objective ethics. This is an interesting point here. Objective ethics. Do you think objective ethics? It matters how many people you're talking to, the size of your audience. I personally don't think it matters. I think in both circumstances you should act in the same manner. You should just act in a dignified manner, because again, that's the same response to this reality. If Fatima seems to think he has no power, How does he know? How does he know who he's talking to? How does he know who will listen to him? Again, this is in public. This is recordable. I'm not saying this show, but all your different online personas in different shows, different panels, different videos, different output. You matter, and what you say matters, Fatima. Would you agree with me, Objective Ethics?
Oh, absolutely. I think even before the internet, because our interactions with everybody, you have no way to quantify or to even comprehend how much of an effect that you'll have on the world, because you don't know the person you're talking to. You don't know they might become the next great inventor or the next great artist or the next great world leader. You have no way of knowing that ahead of time. It's like in Buddhism, they talk about when you drop a pebble in the pond and those ripples go out. The pebble sinks immediately to the bottom of the pond, right? Because of gravity. The pebble has no awareness of those ripples that are happening on the surface, and those ripples go all the way out and they come back in, and so on and so forth. And so just because the pebble is unaware of the effect, the effect is still there and it's still realized out.
100%.
So we need to, if we do have this I'll use your word, this duty to ourselves to make the world a better place, because we live in it, right? You don't want to shit in your own house, so to speak, right? So we do have a duty to ourselves if we want to really live this good life. We want to do the reasonable, rational thing to give ourselves the best life possible, to have this self-respect that we really need. Then we would be consistent as much as possible. Now, we're all human beings, and we all have to fight our determinism, right? We have to fight against determinism as much as possible. We have to be aware of, as much as possible, of every situation, because every situation is an opportunity to make a good decision or a bad decision. And we have no way of knowing which decisions are going to carry how much weight. So that's why I really think that this is so important to take it seriously, to take life seriously for what it is, and not to
100%.
not let it beat us down, and not to just be passive about it, because we all do have a duty or a responsibility to ourselves. We have enough control over our own situation because of perception. It starts there, and then action comes from that, right? Motivation and stuff like that comes from that.
Yeah, 100%, Fatima. So he's saying the same thing as me. You don't know who you're talking to. Your words have meaning, they have effect. And I would say, don't think you don't matter, because it could be you influence someone, they influence someone else. And then
I think that's highly overstated.
It reverberates out there and becomes no, you could be the spark that gets someone interested in what you're saying, and it could be negative or positive. Tima, you can't deny that.
How?
Especially if you're going to be, and I don't mean to be, I'm not trying to browbeat you here, family, at all, because I'm not attacking you personally. I'm just trying to maybe spread a message. But if you're going to identify with a particular community, quote unquote community, whatever that community is, then you do have an opportunity to make a difference from within as opposed to from without. And that's a special responsibility. It's a special opportunity that you have.
Yeah, I agree, but that would only work if my community, quote unquote, was already unified and monolithic, and unfortunately, or maybe just brutally, it's just not.
Maybe it's not, because there's nobody acting in a way that deserves respect and lead and to be followed. Maybe what it is there's too many people maybe they're being too neurotic. Maybe they need someone to be calm, dignified, rational, and in charge of their emotions, being sane.
If nobody makes the first move, then nobody's getting out of the dance floor.
I think there were plenty of activists back then who did do the first move, and nobody cared.
Fatima, is it not better to live as if your words matter, to live as if what you say means something? Is that not more helpful to your psychology, to your mental health, as well as to the potential that it could be for a better effect, for a better world?
No, because I don't have any stakes in this world.
We're not getting into this, man. Sorry, we're not getting into this, lady. Objective ethics. What do you think?
Well, I think that I'm not sure, and I don't want to be too critical, but when a person who's obviously living in the world says I have no stake in the world, to me that seems incoherent. I just don't understand that.
Especially when there's such potential there. Objective ethics. We were talking about potential earlier, yeah. And some people have wider parameters in terms of potential than others. I mean, Fatima is like a walking fucking library. You know, they're able to retain so much
There's
information.
people smarter than me. There's always going to be
There
someone
may,
better than you.
well, yeah, but again, what does that mean? That you don't have something to say? I mean,
I do, but like but it's just like a piss in the wind. What I'm gonna say is like, oh well, you know, like there are people who are gonna be way smarter, way better
it
than
will
me.
be. It's actually not pissing in the wind. Actually, what you're saying is having an effect, whether you like it or not. Even now,
To who?
And I would also
you
say that
talking
you're
like
gonna.
this. You talking like this is having an effect on people, and it's probably pissing them off. It's probably annoying them. It's probably depressing them. So you are actually. I hate to sound new age and weirdy and trippy and all that shit, but like, your vibration is low, and it may be having an effect on others.
Yeah.
And it
Well,
may be
like-
it may be that you are. I hate to say this, but I mean, if there is such a sin, in my view, it's anything that, well, not anything, but yeah, it's anything that hinders a better future, whilst also causing hell for people right now. So, as I say, you're not in any way trying to get a better future and provide win-win solutions and a win-win.
I don't know
situation.
what a better future entails. Like that means a lot of things to a lot of people. You know, like a better future means to like conquer this one land to one group. A better future means to like go vegan. A better future includes having gay rights for all countries. So yeah, a better future for a lot of people means a lot of things. Also, the NW. I can't have like a
The
clear cut.
apathy is ironclad. Mission
Yeah.
aborted.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, like when you know everything, let's say we knew everything, okay? Should we like if we know everything, let's say humanity manages to know everything, do everything, should we just end the game then and just nuke the whole planet or something?
What the hell are you talking about? What the
Sorry,
hell are you
that was a brain fart there. That was an error. Sorry there.
Well, you can try again.
Reverse that bullshito.
No.
But I think Fatima, it's
By the way,
obviously
Sean,
you wanted-
you sound like you got like demons in your microphone or something. I don't know what the hell's going on with your audio.
Oh, bad internet. Well, anyway, I'm just saying that obviously Fatty Man is not the best. He's not as good as you want him to be because he probably is not. He's a lefty, but he's not a vegan, so he's contradicting himself. He's got quantum physics in his brain. Well, he's got what's it called, cognitive dissonance, as you say, which I have too, anyway.
He is. She is sitting with her thumb firmly lodged up her ass, wasting her potential.
Who are you
A
talking
sin.
about?
A sin, if ever there was a sin. Fatima, you have a lot of potential. I do hope you start using it. Hello,
Grump,
Chickpea.
Hi, Grump. Can I say something to objective ethics, please?
Yeah, I'll be right back. Hold the fort, people. Don't fight. Don't throw anyone over the turrets. I will be back.
Objectives? Objective ethics. Can
Yes,
I say
I'm
something
here.
to you? Yeah, you talked
Absolutely.
about we should all try and do a bit of good in the world. Well, back in 1968, Back in 1968, I started my journey as an animal rights activist. You know, nothing grand, but it was going out in the street, screeching and yelling with my little friends and everything. And I stopped it in my mid-40s. I couldn't take any more. And it was a complete and utter total waste of time. That's how bad things are on this planet. I didn't manage to change one person's mind. I got spat at quite a few times and took a lot of shit treatment, including shit treatment on this channel because of it. So I'm just saying, you know, you can try and make the world a better place, but you're not going to get very far.
Well, my heart goes out to you. No, my heart goes out to you, sister, because I've actually, for one thing, I believe you. I believe that you're an honest person when you tell me that. And for the other thing, I've unfortunately witnessed some of the treatment that you've received, even from within your own quote unquote community, just like Fatima was talking about. And that does happen. And it's really interesting about how the human dynamic works in that way, because people within these communities, what happens is you get basically this kind of a group think. going. And I call it cognitive or collective ignorance is what happens. And so people start affirming each other. And as soon as somebody within the group pushes back or has a different idea, the group attacks them. And it's
I'm not
not
talking about that. I know what you're talking about. Yes, I know that comes later.
right. Okay. But no, but what you're talking about is true though. Also, what you're talking about is true, that we do get a lot of pushback. I have people criticize me all the time, and that's just part of life that we go through, especially when we start to trying to do something that's considered to be innovative, so to speak, right? When you're trying to make big changes. Look at what they did to Dr. Martin Luther King. They shot him, right? I mean, he had a wonderful idea about bringing people together and about equality, and what we should be judging people on was their character, not the color of their skin. And he got shot for it. So
Yes,
it absolutely, people do push back on these ideas, and they do it violently a lot of times, which is really unfortunate.
Do you want to hear something funny, right? Like, I've been a vegan for the best part of my whole life. I'm nearly 72 and I started very young. And I also own 7 cats, right? And I have been bullied, really badly bullied, because I happen to feed my cats on fish and let them out to play. And this is from a vegan. And I've even been told by members of the modern vegan movement that because I feed my cats on fish, I'm no longer deemed to be a vegan. That's a good one, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, like I said, my heart does go out to you for that, because you, being a vegan, you're in this very small community compared to like the global population. I've heard different numbers, like 1% to 3% of the world. So that's a pretty small part.
Minority.
Yeah,
tiny
very tiny.
minority.
And when people in your own, when people in your own circle are condemning you or criticizing you or ostracizing you, that's going to be really emotionally very hurtful for you.
Hard. Ooh, it's hit hard, I can tell you. But I'll tell you something, and I used to, I'm in England. I do my, I'm not in America or anything. But many years ago, we had telescreens of lambs being slaughtered. It was horrendous to watch. I mean, really horrific to watch. And people just don't care. And they don't give a shit. And there was one guy there, and he was with his children, and his children were laughing about it. And when I sort of said to him, "Oh, nice kids you've got," he spat at me. And that's what happens if you try and do a bit of good in the world. Try and make the world a bit of a better place. Yeah, still, it's, never mind. One day, the whole lot's going to come to an end, and not before time, because that's the only way I see it ending. The whole lot just comes to an end.
That's why I think religions invented the end of the world stuff, because people want. I mean, I think a lot of humans want the world to end. That's why
I do.
Make up all these stories about the end of the world and all that, because life is quite scary and at the same time. Quantum physics.
Can't hear you probably, but not to worry. Hi, Fatima. Fatima.
I can actually understand why they criticize you on the cats. It's because there's too many cats nowadays, and they're killing all the birds.
What? No,
I think your microphone might be touching off its wire or touching off your chest or something.
It's nothing to do with the birds, actually, because I tell you something. A cat, the average cat doesn't catch a healthy bird. They only catch the elderly ones, the sickly ones, and everything. And I'll tell you something really strange, okay? I've also been lambasted for allowing my cats to catch mice. But do you know that mice kill sparrows' eggs? So by my mouth is actually saving sparrows' lives, because he kills the mice that kill the eggs. It's true.
Welcome to human society. Enjoy your stay.
This place sucks. Maybe when we go home, we should try and find Gnosis to break out of our entrapment. Yes, let's go on the Finding Gnosis show. Yes, let's find meaning. Let's find Gnosis.
Rightio then. It's good to have all of you here. So share the stream, people, if you can.
Share the stream somewhere now, to bring in new voices for our conversation. We do not want to become an echo chamber. Share the stream now. Bring in some new thoughts to compare and contrast our ideas with theirs. Because Gnosis is not found in isolation. Good places to share the stream include your social media platforms such as Facebook, X, Instagram, Telegram, WhatsApp, YouTube, community posts, Reddit, Discord. Share now. Bring new voices to help us all find Gnosis.
Yeah, there's about 48 people watching on X, so yeah, say hello if you're on X. I will share the comments if they're good enough. Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
We're influencers. We're small influencers. Nice. Mini influencers.
Well, you might be if you could get your microphone sorted.
Sir.
That was fun.
Yeah, I think that one thing that I do think I'm kind of in line with the Stoics. I think that if we fight against nature, we're doing ourselves a huge disservice. I mean, that's Mother Nature's going to win every time. You know, even if everybody stopped, you know, that's why I don't take the antinatalist position. Even though I think that the world is overpopulated, we need to slow down. You know, reproduction. That's not the right word for it, but whatever it is, you know, the breeding or whatever they like to call it, you know, we definitely need to slow that down. The problem is there's no filter that we can come up with that makes any sense, because we have no way to know ahead of time who's going to bring the most value to the situation. Right? Like if Stephen Hawking was born back in Sparta in the 4th, 5th century, he would have been thrown off a cliff, right? And he's one of the most brilliant physicists that have ever been born. So you just have no way of knowing who's going to become the next Mozart, who's going to become the next Stephen Hawking, or who's going to become the next Gandhi. There's no way to tell that in advance. But what we can do is we can start to try to make these people by improving the environment that our children are born into, by making better decisions and creating better atmosphere, because I don't believe in free will. So we do have the power to make the world better by doing a better job with the youth. And it doesn't just have to be our own children. We could be a positive influence on all children by saying the right things and doing the right things and leading by example. And if you lead by example, then you know that you're doing the best you can, and that's all you need to do to have self-respect. You don't have to be a perfect person to be virtuous every second of every day, because human beings are flawed. We're going to make mistakes.
But you're contradicting yourself, objective ethics. Now, you just said we do not have free will. Okay, now you just said that. I believe we do have free will. But if you don't have free will, then if you have, it has been decided by whoever makes decisions about us and our will. If your will is to be a crap father, you will be a crap father because you have no free will.
Yeah, I believe in soft determinism, so we still have a certain degree of agency.
No, that's you're contradicting yourself now. You are.
No. Soft determinism doesn't believe in what they call libertarian free will. So I don't believe in libertarian free will.
No, I don't know. I think we have the free will to kill and the free will to not kill.
Fair enough, but I'm not contradicting myself by saying we don't have free will.
Well, we don't have free. We do have free will.
I mean, you can take that position. I've had that discussion with other people on my channel.
You say we don't have free will. Okay, now, if you want to eat whatever, you're free to eat it. Whether anyone else objects or how, whatever, it doesn't matter. You're free to eat it. If you want to, you're free to do whatever you want to do. You are free to do it. No, you're free to do anything you want.
The decisions that
you can't bear a child, okay? So if you were to want a child, it's pretty difficult, but you could have a surgery, I suppose. But I cannot understand how you could say you don't have free will. You have all the free will. What aren't you free to do? I don't understand.
So the restriction on free will and on decision making is based on our environment. So we respond to our environment, which already automatically controls a lot of the decisions that we're going to make. It's not just the laws of physics that control things, because you're right about that. The laws of physics, you can't fight against that. But libertarian free will believes that you can make any decision that you want, and that's actually just not the case. So when it comes to eating, for example,
I don't understand. You're free to make any decision you like. You might have to put yourself out to bring that decision into being, but you are free to make. Right, I see this planet as a prison planet, okay, a complete shit house, but I am still aware of the fact I have free will. I have the free will if I want to go and kill my neighbor. I don't want to, but if I got into my head to do so, I have the free will to go and do it. If I want to go and throw myself in front of a car, I have the free will to do that too. So I can't say how you could say we don't have free will. I don't understand it.
So the reason that the reason that we don't have free will is because our brain develops before we even have conscious decision making, right?
Yes, I
So
know,
it starts. Yeah, it starts in the womb. So our our development is based on so much of what happens when we're inside the womb. So depending on what kind of chemicals the mother puts into her body, her emotions and everything else, that affects your brain development right there.
Yes, I
Then
know.
after the environment that you're raised in as a child, or your parent, do you have a mother and a father, or two parents, whether it's two mothers, two fathers, whatever? Do you have two parents? Are they supporting each other, not just financially, but emotionally? Are they supporting each other? Or are they fighting, throwing shit at each other, beating each other? What kind of environment are you raised in? What kind of music are you being surrounded by? What kind of noises and audible sounds? That affects what kind of genetics also affect how your brain develops. So much of this happens before you ever make your first free will decision, right? And your brain doesn't stop developing until you're in your mid to late 20s, possibly even into your 30s.
Yes, I know.
Okay,
I know all that.
so much of this. So what happens is you take in information in your senses, it processes in your subconscious without you even being aware of it. So the decision that you think you're actually making is really illusory in most cases. You're not really making a decision. You've already made the decision, right? You're just basically having a sense of awareness of what's about you, which is why we see this all the time. People fly off the handle without thinking. They call it getting red in the eyes, right? Your eyes turn red. It's like two blokes getting together and just throwing fisticuffs, right? Because they're lost composure. They lost their sense of decision making. They're just reacting. And so because we know for a fact that we could be driven by our emotions, we know for a fact that we could be driven by what our environment produces and the environment that we're raised in, we know already we don't have libertarian free will. So much of things is predetermined already for us. So
Yes,
we
I
do
know.
have
I'm
a
not
sense
a
of
moron.
agency.
I do know.
What's that?
I do know everything you're saying. I know, but at the end of the day, okay, you have the free will to choose whatever it is you want to eat. You have that free will. Okay,
No, you don't.
Yes,
No. It's not to say.
No, sorry.
It's not to say you don't. Okay, so let's say a person goes to
How
McDonald's.
can you say you don't have the free will to eat? Have the free will to eat whatever you like?
Is
I'm
raised.
sorry. I'm sorry.
A
I
person.
can't see how you can justify what you're saying. You mean to
Well,
say you don't have the free will to choose what you eat? Are you actually saying that to me?
Yeah, your agency, your decisions.
To me that you
your
do
decisions
not
are
have.
very.
Oh no! That is a stupid excuse. Okay, you are free to eat whatever you like. There is nothing out there that says you must. That there is nothing. You're free to eat whatever you like. Just like you are. To say that even that is predetermined is a nonsense. I know so because I come from a meat-eating family, but I'm still a vegan. I was brainwashed to be a meat eater, but I still stuck with my decision. So I had the free will to do that. Now, I'm sorry, I think maybe some things, but I certainly don't think we do when it comes to what you eat. I think you're free to eat whatever you like. And I stand by that.
So if a person is raised in a particular environment in a particular way, they're going to think that certain things are good for food and certain things are not good.
I was raised in that environment. I was raised in a meat-eating environment. My parents and my brother were all meat eaters.
If I've heard your story and understood it correctly, and I could be wrong here, so please do correct me if I'm wrong. But from what I've heard you say on this channel multiple times, I believe, is that your childhood was very traumatic. That even as a child, you didn't want to participate in this meat eating thing, right? Right. So the idea of eating meat could be possibly triggering a trauma from your childhood that is causing an emotional reaction. So now, when you think about eating meat, it triggers this from your childhood.
I've had psychiatric treatment, so I know myself very well. I've had a lot of group therapy and psychotherapy. I know how my brain works very well because I've been through it all. Okay. The reason why I don't want to eat meat is because from a young child, I saw that was a dead animal. Okay. I love animals, so I would never harm one. That's where it comes from. And I just saw it very, very young. I saw the dead chicken laying on the table. I knew what it was. It was a dead animal that had been murdered for people to eat. It was nothing to do with anything else. So I'm just saying, I have been in group. I've had a lot of psychotherapy, and we have more free will than we think we have. And I know so because psychiatrists have pointed it out to me.
Well, I don't know
And
your psychiatrist.
I've also been hypnosis and had my first 7 years of life dragged out of me. I know more on this subject because I've had the medical treatment to know it. It's all been dragged out of me. I'm just saying.
That's another good argument against free will, is the fact that you have all this subconsciously suppressed, and then it takes somebody else to bring it out of you to your conscious mind.
Because we block everything out. It's all
Right,
we block
exactly.
most of our. Yes, we do. We block most of a lot of our stuff out.
It's a survival mechanism that we have. You're absolutely right about that. But that's what I'm saying, is that so much is happening in your subconscious that you're not aware of. So when you're making these quote unquote free will choices, they're not actually free. That's why I don't believe in libertarian free will.
I have to say, sorry, you are free to eat whatever you like, and you are. And I don't care when I say, just the same way as you are free to drive a car or ride a bike. You are totally free. You may not be free to run the USA, because I'm sure somebody will stop you, but you have one more free will than you think, and you do. And I think people say, I don't have free will. Need to take a good, long, hard look, because you have more free will than you think, and you do.
Well, I don't think you can have more or less free will. I think there's either free or it's not free.
So do you tell me? All right, then. So
you could have agency. It's either free or it's not free. It can't be a little bit free, right?
So are you saying that you have so little power over your own mind and your own will and your own, whatever you want to call it, consciousness, that you can't even think radically about what it is you'll eat and think to yourself, I'm not going to eat that for whatever reason it might be? Don't you mean to tell me that you are so brainwashed you can't even make that decision? Now, I'm sorry, you're incorrect with all this, but
that's
then
not what I'm saying.
That's what 99% have to say. You're better than 99%.
You're saying things I'm not saying, and you've misunderstood me. I said we do have agency.
You're saying you don't have any free will over anything.
That's correct. That's not to say.
I've got no free will at all. Well, I've heard it all.
Right. Saying we don't have free will is not the same thing as saying that we don't have any ability to reason or to make decisions. That's not the same thing.
Really, I can't see what the difference is. What's the difference precisely? Come on, tell me. What is the difference?
Is how much effort, how much energy, and how much ability does each person have to use their reasoning and their rationality? Just like DNW and I were, and the panel were talking about earlier, with different people have different cognitive abilities, and so we need to judge each person on their own merit, because everyone has different cognitive abilities. So there is a sense of agency. Different people have a higher ability to reason and rationalize their way through life. Not everybody has the same level of agency.
We're talking about compassion for animals. Do you mean to say that you haven't even got what it takes to feel compassion for an animal and to respect an animal's rights, that you are so brainwashed that you can't even do that anymore? I was a little girl and I could do it. And I've got a lower IQ than you have, I suspect.
It's possible you're walking a higher path than I am. I don't think that animals have rights. I think that we give rights to people, to animals. We give animals the rights.
Well, I don't agree with that. So, that's where we don't agree, because I believe animals do.
And that's fair enough. I mean, I think we'll have a fundamental difference there.
Yes, I believe they do have rights. That's where we differ. Yeah, because I believe animals do have rights, and I think animals have a right to a pain-free life. That's what I believe. Sorry to be such an argumentative old bag.
No, you're fine. You're absolutely fine. This is great to flesh this kind of stuff out. And I've been trying to do some more research into these types of things because I find this fascinating. But I'm just so busy. I can only study one thing at a time. And I have a debate coming up about morality, my objective morality versus biblical morality. So that's really what I'm focusing on. But as far as the vegan thing goes, it ultimately comes down to Mother Nature. You're not going to stop animal suffering by not eating.
I know, but I'm not going to be a part of it, okay? I know animals kill each other. I know. But an animal doesn't have an IQ of 100 whatever. like we do, okay? An animal has an IQ of 10, so it doesn't have the IQ or the empathy to recognize that they're actually inflicting a lot of pain and horror to that poor animal. You know, I consider myself a little bit more intelligent. And I do think I'm more intelligent.
If your goal is to end suffering, or is your goal to just simply virtue signal and say that you're doing something
No, I
wonderful?
don't like to see the suffering of animals. Plus, I think it creates a horrible atmosphere on this godforsaken planet. All that suffering, that black energy spreads around the planet is disgusting. If you can't sense it, well, I can sense it.
Yeah, I think that the way we treat animals is even the animals we're going to eat is very important, and I think that we do have the ability.
Like shit.
What's that?
They get treated like shit. Worse than shit.
Yeah, and I think that's wrong. I think that, like, and again, factory farming and things of this nature is actually a separate conversation for whether or not it's morally justified to eat an animal or not. Those are actually two different conversations.
Oh, you think
and I
so?
agree
don't
100%.
think, I think they're both the same, actually. What's the difference between trapping an animal or factory farming it, or even letting it eat a little bit of have a free-range life? Have you seen what goes on in the slaughterhouses in our world? It's not a pretty picture.
Oh, I agree 100%. But again, that's a separate conversation than whether or not eating an animal is fundamentally
No, it
unethical.
all comes under the same roof for me. I group everything together.
I try to judge everything on its own merit to find out where it's standing. And I agree with you 100% that factory farming is terrible. I agree with you 100%. I think it's terrible because of what it does to the planet as much as what it does to the animals, which the planet affects the animals as well.
Yes, it's causing a lot of pollution problems.
Absolutely. It is, and that is a big problem. And that comes from what we were talking about before with having too many fucking mouths to feed on this planet. I hate to say it like that.
I'm an antinatalist too. I'm a radical antinatalist.
Yeah. I'm not an antinatalist because I don't think it's fundamentally unethical to have children, but I do think that overpopulation is a problem, and we need to be more responsible about the children that we're having. You know, I don't think there's a need for 2 people to have 8 kids or 6 kids or 4 kids even. I think that
third world, most of them don't survive anyway.
That's
and it's us humans, it's us lot in the West that are producing all the CO2 and all the other rubbish, not the people in India and Africa. We're the ones. The US military produces more greenhouse gases than the entire nation of India or something ridiculous. Do you know that?
No, the statistics I've seen is India is the biggest global polluter, actually.
How come?
That's the statistics I've seen. The biggest global polluter is India.
No, I think you're actually incorrect. No. You're actually incorrect there. Bangladesh is the world's produces all our stuff, and more stuff. But the actual per capita effect is way less than we produce. Way less. And
I agree per capita. US is very high per capita. Yeah, per capita, US is very high, but the amount of pollution, though, the gross amount of pollution, not the per capita, but the total amount, US is not even close to the top. Well, I should say it's not close to the top, but China is above us, India is above us. And when it comes to polluting like fresh water and stuff like that, third world countries are doing themselves a terrible disservice.
I'm not so sure about that.
If the whole planet was vegan, we would be able to sustain 11 billion people on Earth with the current lifestyle. But if everybody was like the current diet or carnivore, we only need like way lower population for the planet to sustain us. So basically, if everybody was carnivore, you probably have 1 billion people on Earth. The Earth could sustain. And if the whole planet was vegan, you'd be able to sustain about 11 billion or something.
Well, that statistic says nothing about ecosystem, which is another thing the vegan issue doesn't address in most conversations I have with vegans. They don't care about ecosystem. So like, there was a gentleman who came on one time. He was talking about he wants the polar bears to die because they're carnivorous animals. He wants all the carnivores to die, not just people to stop
vegan gains. Yes, I know he's a bit of an idiot, isn't he? Yes, he's threatened to smash me up against a wall. Right, emissions per country. I'll read them out to you. CO2 emissions per country. China's first with 13 trillion. United States is second with 4 trillion. India is behind the United States. So the
Fair
USA
enough.
is second.
Thank you for that correction.
That's okay.
But anyway, so ecosystems are extremely important. And I think that when we're fighting against nature, the other thing is we're going to lose that every time. So I don't know if you're familiar with this or not, but there was, I believe it was the second mass extinction event that happened on this planet long before people were ever around. And what happened is, ultimately, is these mass extinction events happen because of what they call runaway events, right? So it's multiple things happening in sequence causes mass extinction. Okay, so so in this particular event, the climate was changing. The ice was starting to form as we're going into an ice age. So the seas were becoming more shallow. Most of the life was living in the shallow seas. As the shallow seas as the seas started to shrink, that's the corals reefs were being exposed and they died off. And because most of the life was focused around the reefs, life died off. So what happened is the predators died first. Almost all the predator species died off. What happens is all the herbivores started reproducing at too fast of a rate. Nothing was checking their population, and they ate themselves out of food. So the last organisms to die off starved to death, which is a terrible way to die.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So you need to have, nature needs, this predator-prey relationship is born into this world that we live in, and get rid of all the people is not going to stop that, ever.
I don't want to kill off any animals. I just think us humans should stop it. As far as I'm concerned, a carnivore is a carnivore.
Ultimately, that's not going to stop animals from suffering, just getting rid of them.
I'm not saying that. Yeah, but the wild is the wild, okay? The wild is the wild. Yes, I mean, the vegan movement are saying to people who own lions, they should turn their lions into vegans, which I'm totally opposed to, obviously. But what those guys are saying, they're completely mental, that lot in the vegan movement, with the whole thing, cats should be vegans. I don't agree with that. I don't take it that far. I just think us humans should stop it. That's what I'm saying, because I think we're taking...
And what is the goal of humans stopping eating animals? Is it to stop suffering? Is it so you can say, I feel better about myself because I don't contribute to the animal suffering? Because there are ways you can...
I think
because if you're not going to stop the animal suffering by not eating animals. That's because nature is doing it already with disease and everything else.
Have you ever studied factory farming? I have. Okay. Now we bring.
Well, again, that's shifting the goalpost. We could stop factory farming. I agree with you. We've got common ground there, so we don't need to go over factory farming because we're on the same page with that. We're talking about what's the goal.
There wouldn't be enough of them if we stopped factory farming and stopped deliberately making them pregnant. There wouldn't be enough to supply all the meat that humans want. It wouldn't even be enough.
And that's perfect. And that's because we have too many people on the planet. So that would take care of that problem.
No, yeah. Well, I'm very anti-humans eating meat. It's something I'm very, very radical on the subject. Not so radical that I give people a hard time for feeding their lions. Obviously,
because I ate eggs there recently, so I failed at my veganism there recently. But I'm just saying that the reason why the vegans say that we should be vegan is to protect the wild animals from going extinct. Because currently,
no, I don't go along with that. I'm only about humans and what we do.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the side effect of everybody going vegan is that will reduce the extinction of wild animals, which we're currently doing.
No, if we stopped, no, we are causing the extinction of wild animals by destroying all their land to turn it into...
it's the reduction of habitat that's causing the wild animals, and that is a problem. That comes from overpopulation. That comes from overpopulation of humans.
Overpopulation, right. Yeah. It takes 10 kilograms of grain protein to make 1 kilogram of beef protein. All right, it's 10 to 1. And let's not forget the untold millions of gallons and gallons of water, all that's involved in all this, okay? So it still comes back to humans. We are destroying the Amazon because it's all being turned into soy farms to feed the bloody poor animals in the factory farms. It's not sustainable. And yeah,
I agree. I agree. The system is not sustainable, and it has to do with, in my opinion, too many people. And again, I'm not an anti-natalist. I think that we need to have a certain amount of replacement rate, or we will go extinct, and that doesn't make any sense. You know, it's
Yes,
not.
we
That
should go.
doesn't seem to be
Ah,
reasonable.
well, I think we should go extinct. So I think we should go extinct. I think we're a nasty lot. We're a nasty, cruel, warmongering.
Well, instead of going extinct as a solution, why don't we just improve our behavior and become better? Because we have done some. We have capacity to do wonderful things for this planet and wonderful things for each other. Absolutely.
Really?
Should
Really?
we listen
Oh, you're an
to
optimist.
Chickpea? Should we listen to nasty people? You said we're a nasty lot. Should we listen to nasty people?
I don't know, but I just look at our wars
Should we
and the
listen
way
to
that
people
one in four women are subjected to domestic violence. Tens of thousands of children are sexually abused. We're a nasty lot, and I don't care because just one child being sexually abused is too much, and it will never stop. All the while we exist, that will continue. Do you know what they do in the Middle East? They get little girls of 6 years old, and they sell them to old men, and those old men have sex with them, little girls of 6, 7 years old, and that's part of their culture, and that's humanity for you.
Thank you, Couples Light. It's not all of humanity, though, Chickpea. That's the thing.
No, you're not all well.
We got to push back on extreme generalizations. Clearly, not all humans are that evil or that fucked up.
Well, quite a huge chunk are D&W. Quite a huge chunk.
Look, I will admit it doesn't take money to cause problems, because if you've got one bad apple or one bad person in a village or in a town, and they're always bad, well, then they can have a lot of interactions in their life and cause a lot of damage. So I'm not saying that minority doesn't cause a lot of problems. But I am saying not all humans are that abhorrent. Surely.
Not all humans, obviously, but the vast majority. And the sad truth of the matter is they win. They always do and always have and always will. You only have to read a history book. It's a horror story. You know, when I read a book about Victorian England, our supposed civilized country, I'm filled with utter horror. And that was just going on a few years ago in this country. The supposed pinnacle of civilization. No, sorry, Grant.
I mean, it's definitely not perceived as the pinnacle of civilization. I mean, it's probably viewed as possibly the start of modern civilization. Perhaps
yeah, well, whatever,
in the West. But like to call it the pinnacle of civilization, I don't think we view it as such.
Well, it's
a point on the curve. It's a time when a lot of there was a lot of progress in industry and such, but obviously there was a lot of problems. But have we not moved on since then? Why are you harping back and pretending that we're still Victorians? Clearly we're not.
Because we're not. Okay, but we live in a country where 1 in 4 women are suffer from domestically abused. We have a lot of child rape in this country. That's documented fact. Children abused by their own parents. It goes on in this country.
And it's being covered up by the police, the state, the agencies. It seems to me that like when I read that kind of crimes from the UK, it seems that almost every facet of society is doing it, from power brokers to just
No. There's a lot of problems in this country, and there have been a lot of problems historically in this country, but not every child, thankfully.
No, I didn't say every child in W.
Not everyone.
Those numbers were horrific. I can't even remember what they were, but it's not like it could have been 250,000, 300,000.
It's horrendous.
It's awful. It's fucking horrendous. But that wasn't in 1 year. That was over many decades. I'm not condoning it. It was goddamn awful. One child is too many. But Fatima, you're painting it as if in the UK every child is getting abused.
No.
It's not
No.
W.
That is not happening.
No, but I'm saying is that like there's a lot of issues with the UK and like covering up crimes that like all sectors of like power society engages in these kinds of things. Unfortunately, that seems to be the case.
Okay, perhaps, but in other ways, maybe we've got the best police force in the world.
Oh dear, W, stop
No,
it.
you
That
guys
might have been the case
don't.
back in the 70s and 80s.
Well, where does?
Not anymore.
Who invented?
Singapore.
Who invented
Singapore.
the police? Who invented the police?
As
You
we
guys-
know it, it was
Germany,
the
German Empire,
the
Prussia.
slavers invented the police that we know here
Prussia.
in America.
No, it was Prussia. Prussia invented the modern day police force in the modern day Prussian German Empire.
Wait, I said
And-
America. Americans police was started as to chase
slavers,
down
yeah.
runaway
But
slaves.
like,
yeah.
of course, yeah. But like the modern notion of like state law enforcement comes from the German Empire. It is because they
I
wanted
thought it
to.
was Sir Robert Peel. They used to be called-
No, it was
18
Germany. It was the German Empire.
Right, okay. No, how's it
Okay,
going?
fair enough. We're being too Anglo-centric. Nothing wrong
Prussian.
with that.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that, man. I need to learn shit.
Yeah, the Prussians like they made the police to enforce like state
Well,
law
look,
of
there
that
were-
you should
there
not
were-
enforce on
there
the
were
capitalists.
obviously-
Oh,
There's
no,
always
no,
been-
now I'm afraid, Fatima, you're wrong, actually.
Oh, really?
Dun,
Yes,
dun.
London Marine Police Establishment was created in 1798 to protect cargo and is cited as the world's first organised police force. The Metropolitan Police were established by Sir Robert Peel in 1829.
Oh, girl.
The first modern police force. No, it was the Brits, I'm afraid.
Dun, dun.
Oh,
Sorry.
Damn you, Google.
No, don't give him
wrong, Fatima.
don't give Fatima a narcissistic injury live on the show. We'll never hear the end of it.
You guys could go all the way back. You guys could go all the way back to ancient Mesopotamia to having a
Yeah,
law
yeah.
code, and obviously you're not going to have a law code if you don't have people to enforce the law.
Yeah, exactly. I think police have
There
always
were.
existed.
Yeah, you're right. There would have been police, something akin to a police force in.
But
many of the
but
other
unfortunately,
places.
I think that the UK police is lacking. I think the UK police is very lacking though now currently. Like they have lost it.
Oh, yeah.
Now like
Good
now like
Lord, yeah.
the best. Oh God, fuck.
Ew, yuck.
Yeah, bro. What's up, Pedro?
Oh,
You want to know the real history? Yeah, you want to know the real history of policing. Policing started in the early 1800s on the wharfs. You know, the shipping ports where
Yeah,
theft,
I just
where
said.
where
Chippy said
theft,
that.
right, where theft was
You just
abundant.
said that. You're
and
too late, buddy.
where theft was abundant, and what they did was the shippers transferred their expense for their night watchmen, their own private security forces. They
Let them get it out anyway, baby.
They transferred that to the communities, and the communities started paying for it. And the only reason they did so is because if they didn't, they would end up paying higher prices for the products in order for the shipyards to provide their own private
Interesting.
There you go.
Very good.
There you go. I mean, the Prussian schooling system. I think we can say, yeah, they started that.
Even the American system, I think, is Prussians are credited
Yeah.
with starting that. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but the Western police force is now like horrible. Now, the best police, in my opinion, would be in Singapore. That has like the best police force. In my opinion.
I tell you, Fatima, and I'm a lot older than you, as you know, but I
you
tell
been
you,
there?
Grumps, back in the
It has the lowest crime rate in like any country.
That'll make the best police force.
How do you know? Hold on. How do you know that's correlated? How do you know they're not arresting innocent people as well as guilty people?
That's because there is no crime in Singapore virtually.
Yeah.
There is no crime virtually. That's because of the strict authoritarianism that the founder Lee Kuan Yew. I
It's a
forgot his
very
name.
strict. You are right.
Okay.
It is a very strict place, and I think they still have the death penalty, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Then
Yes, they
we
do.
probably have to arrange a metric for what we're calling the best police, because I think the best police would be the most effective, and I would label them as the most evil fucks in the world, and wouldn't call them best by my standards.
Well, the
people who
in
think that the way we want low crime is to kill everybody who steals a Snicker, I don't think they're the best. I think they're Satan. And here in America, we got more people in prison than any place else on the planet. I think, again, that shows we're evil fucks, not good police.
Well, if you ask people who live in those countries, such as Singapore and like Japan and China, like they're like happy with like their police force because they help uphold order and the law, which every country should have. Like, you can't just have any type of like a disorder, like, and like
So
that's why.
it's the same here, right? If you ask the average person, they're a bootlicker, and they tell you the police are just doing their job,
Oh no,
and
no,
and they're and
I
they're
think for a
wrong
long
here,
time,
and they're
no,
probably wrong there.
I think for a long time here in America, people were actually complaining about the police not doing much. At least that's what I heard in like the past 4-5 years now. Ever since like the
Yeah,
riots
yeah.
happened, like
Asking
they wanted to abolish like the police,
You're
and like
asking the right person, because
I
I've
mean,
been running the
seriously.
streets chasing police all of those years that you just talked about, and every day when I film the police, the biggest threat is some bootlickers trying to attack you because they're just doing their job. I would agree to you the sentiment raised on the BLM defund the police shit, but it's never been a majority, and it's never caught on.
I know, yeah,
What did you,
but like
Joe Cool, what did you think of all that defund the police shit?
I was down with it. You can't. Well, I shouldn't say you can't. You shouldn't, and I don't think anyone meant this. Just take away all their money. But that was how it was portrayed. What they were saying is you defund them, and so they have to do just regular police work. They're not supposed to be marriage counselors and this and that. All they're supposed to do is keep the peace. So they don't need SWAT teams and 80 cat vehicles and explosives and choppers
Military
and all of that
vehicles
shit.
and all that shit. Yeah.
And that's
it
one
wasn't
of
get rid of the police though.
Yeah, and that's one of the metrics that we have to take into consideration in modern policing. They are slowly turning from taking care of the bad guys and the criminals to social and political surveillance.
Yeah.
Well, like, and like, I don't think that's working. I don't think what America is doing now in law enforcement is working out at all, because like literally crime still happens in my area and other areas. And like there was that one story about that one girl that unfortunately got stabbed to death.
Yeah,
you know,
like bus a train or something. I saw
yeah,
that.
exactly. Yeah, so like how can you say that's like a safe
model
society? No, there are
Even-
other countries more better than America in terms of like safety protocols and like law enforcement. And as I said, Singapore has 6 times less crime than the United States. Yeah.
Again, that's probably the same in North Korea, but it's because they kill anyone who does anything. So I wouldn't say that means that's a better police or something
Well,
like that.
inside Singapore, you can leave Singapore. You can start your own tax haven business in Singapore. It is one of the most business-friendly cities and one of the richest.
Yeah, it's
cities
nice
in the
there.
world.
Actually,
Yeah, it's very
yeah,
clean.
very
Also,
nice
very
indeed.
clean. You know,
I tell
It
you,
won't-
Fatima, yeah.
Yes, Chickpea.
If I could go to Korea to live, I would go.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
too old
and-
to go again, and I am
yeah.
too old. Sadly.
Yeah,
very
yeah.
much.
You say you're too old.
Yeah.
And what way? Meaning to travel, or they don't let old people there?
No, I'm too old to travel.
Oh, okay.
I'm
All right.
second
I feel bad. I thought they were being ageist over there, and 75.
No,
All right.
Too
All
old
right.
to
Okay.
prosper. I'm too old.
I get it.
And I've got
All
seven
right.
cats as well.
I'm about to Google some
See what?
shit. What? They don't let old people into the country? What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. And like
Very nice.
I don't know
there.
why, but for
Nice and
some
safe.
reason. Oh, sorry, Chickpea. Sorry.
It's nice and safe there.
Yes,
Yeah, I need to bounce out of here, but I just wanted to ask Chickpea one question real quick. And Joe Cool, it's nice to see you, brother. I saw you a couple nights on Raging Tomatoes, and Sarah, she was
Right
such a
on.
nice lady. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, objective.
Yeah, she does a good job.
Yeah, she's great. I like her.
My
I think
it's
I
my
love everybody though.
thing subject.
No, it's all good, sister. I'm happy to have the conversation. I appreciate you having a respectful conversation with me, even though we have some fundamental disagreements, and I appreciate that. It's a great conversation. I did want to ask you one question though. In your opinion, which do you think is more harmful? An evil person who's got an evil heart and evil will and evil intentions, but actually commits no act of evil, or a person who has a really good heart, a really good will, and really good intentions, but does nothing good? Which one of
Good
those is a
question.
greater harm to society?
Good question, Ollie.
I would think the first person still. I don't know. That's a very difficult question.
It is a good
I think
question.
it's wasted potential. Wasted potential is the crime.
I agree.
Oh, that was dope.
I-
Great answer.
I would agree.
I mean, the moral crime. I mean, obviously.
You're right. No, yeah, legal.
He's actually the first person is very good because he's using his free will to be a good person, even though his instincts.
No,
tend
he
to
may
be
not. He may just be incapacitated somehow.
Yeah, we can't assume free will. If we could, that would be a great argument.
He may be an evil person without the
Chickpea
power
wanted
to.
shoehorn. Chickpea wanted to shoehorn free will in there. Come on, do you know?
Careful.
Yeah, the guy could
Careful.
be locked up.
She might use it to come after you guys. So be careful.
Stop that.
That's I'm going to Singapore then. I'm going to Singapore. She can't come get me over there.
I'll be safe. I'll be safe.
Yeah, of course.
Be safe.
You'll be safe there. Yeah, they will like arrest her. Yeah,
She's a very capable woman, and she's in my guerrilla force, and I'm writing out a shit list. So be careful.
No, I'm,
yeah.
No, so long as you leave my cats alone, I'm very sweet. Don't ever touch.
Of course, absolutely. Yeah, who would? Yeah, that's very. That's a good principle to have.
Yeah,
I would say.
as long as you're nice to my cats, I'm fine. But if anyone's nasty to them, I get a real hissy fit.
Oh God, look at that.
That looks like someone I used to know. It really does.
One of your girlfriends, DW.
No, not one of my girlfriends, thankfully. Not one of my girlfriends. No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure, Grumps?
No, none of them had spectacles.
Okay, fine.
Oh my God, Jesus.
Pretty.
Can you see the real me? Yeah. Is this your true self, El Perro? Are you trying to tell us something?
Well, if people don't realize you have multiple personalities, it's just like going throughout the day, you wear a different hat. You have a different personality every time you change that hat. So when I'm talking to my daughter, I do not talk to her like I would my wife. And when I talk to my wife, I do not talk to my wife like I would my daughter. I have to be able to understand my different personalities. Most people think they're one person. No, you have multiple persons, and you can create more persons anytime you want.
DNW, you asked El Perro, are you trying to tell us something? I can tell you the answer is always yes. Even if it looks like he is just sitting on your panel doing nothing, there's something going on. There's fucking signs in the background. He's doing hand signals, something. The way he looks, the way he combs his hair, he's always sending you a message, bro.
He's a one-man Illuminati.
Yeah. All right, I gotta make a phone call.
Been approached by
here when I get back.
I've been approached by the Illuminati many times. It's not even worth it. They're so stupid. They're so.
What did you have to
offer? Exactly. Why would somebody want to choose me?
That's what I'm saying. I doubt it because like.
You have to be rich for them to want you.
Oh yeah, that's their thing is money. Okay. You got it all wrong, evidently.
Really, I've got it all wrong. Well, not according to that's what David Icke says, and I listen to David Icke.
Yeah, I would imagine David Icke has a good standard,
Thank you, Objective Ethics. It was great to have you, brother. Thank you very much.
No, you have to be a somebody in order to join the ranks, right, Chick? You have to be already someone to join the ranks, or you have to have like generational wealth. That's all it is. Like, and a lot of generational wealth, like not just my granddaddy gave me like $1,000 saved. No, you have to have like millions of dollars saved.
You have to be part of the clan. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to go to the right school because you get taught all that at the right schools. Yes. It's a whole different thing to us. You have to be the top 1%.
Well, yeah, a lot of people try to join and like they don't make the initiation. You know.
Initiations, yes, precisely. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Grams, I thought you weren't going to be working tonight.
I'm not really. I wouldn't consider this working. I'm doing some other stuff on my computer at the same time.
I consider it work, but now if you think
sometimes it's rather taxing.
Yes, exactly. So it's work. Well, I think it's work. I wouldn't do it.
Well, you should see my donations. I'm not getting paid, so it's definitely not work.
But unpaid work, Grumps.
Yeah, volunteering. Fucking up.
I think I think you should go and work on a radio station. I really do.
No, I'm not mainstream. I'm not mainstream quality, unfortunately, for me.
Oh no, this show could never be mainstream. Nope, there's too many.
Voice for it.
Yeah,
voice.
but once you've done the Finding Gnosis show, you can't go anywhere else, really, can you?
Of course you can. No, you got the voice for it. Work on Capital Radio.
Oh dear.
Oh, I used to love Capital Radio.
I did when I was a kid, actually. What's his name
They
used
were
to do that?
fabulous.
Chris Tarrant, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't he fabulous in the mornings? I used to love him in the mornings. Used to get you up and get you going. Yeah, fabulous guy. Fabulous.
Fabulous. He did Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I think he was good. He was good at that, and I think he was
Yes,
better
he
than
was a lovely
Jeremy
guy.
Clarkson.
I really liked him. Yeah.
He was better than Jeremy Clarkson, wasn't he?
Yeah, I like Jeremy Clarkson too, but I did like Chris Tarrant. Yeah, very nice indeed. He used to really get me up in the morning, to get me going. Yeah, really did. Yeah, I used to love Capital.
Okay, can we have an injection of new thought? El Pero, what are the best and worst things about humanity? Go ahead, take the mic.
What are the best and worst things about me?
No, about humanity.
Humanity. Oh, about humanity. Well, the worst thing about humanity is that most people are nothing but a bunch of followers. And as we were talking about earlier, just a few minutes ago, about the aspect of doing good or being good, there's different aspects. If you're not out in this world trying to be better or better the world, then you're probably one of the followers. And so the good thing about the world is those that will lead with righteousness and prosperity in mind, not just for themselves, but for those around them.
But that excludes the animal kingdom, yes?
No.
All right. So trapping animals isn't
Uh-oh.
Sorry, it's just, it's my
Yeah,
first
I mean,
thing in
you
life.
kind of shot yourself in the foot, El Perro, when you said
Really?
that on this panel. Yeah, you did.
So you're gonna extend human rights and humanity to animals.
Yes,
That's
I
a great
extend
concept.
humanity to.
You're-
I extend.
Yeah, you're going to extend
empathy.
humanity in the sense of being humane, which is still only human, not animalistic. So
Huh?
again,
Humans
the
are
animal
animals.
world is-
Humans are
no,
animals.
Animals feel pain.
But
they have my
animals are not humans. Do you
Oh,
not
shit.
understand that? That is an equation that does
Yeah, well,
not work
thing is-
in reverse.
Oh, so it's okay to inflict pain upon them because they're not human. Sorry, no, I disagree with you. Even Hitler was a vegetarian.
Have a quick. Will we have a musical interlude soon? Yeah, I think so.
Oh, Grumps, I must show you something.
In a moment. Please
No, I
do.
must show you something for you to show. I must show you something. Where is it? Right. Oopsie day. Let's just hide my face first. Whoops. Right.
And so we get this vegetarian thing correct on Hitler. Hitler turned vegetarian in his late years.
Look at that. Look at those 360s, Grumps. They're really clear on here. Look at them. Beautiful. Grumpy cats. Look.
What are you talking about?
360s. Don't you see them? Right. 1, 6, 6, 6. You can see there's 6s because there's a 6 there as well. See? See it?
Okay, thank you.
One day I will have you believing it. One day.
No idea what you're talking about.
So is that for your cat or you?
What?
That Codamil.
For me, I've got rheumatoid arthritis.
Ah, so they got you on opioids. Got it.
Yes. But I'm down to 2 a day, so I'll get...
Welcome to human society. Enjoy your stay. This place sucks. Maybe when we go home, we should try and find Gnosis to break out of our entrapment.
Yes, let's go on the Finding Gnosis show. Let's find meaning. Let's find Gnosis.
And I was a vegan whoopsie day. I was a vegan long before I started taking opioids, okay? So it's got nothing to do with the opioids.
Well, let's get back to Hitler then. He said he was a vegetarian, and that statement, without making its qualification, was that he was a vegetarian in the last few years of his life.
Really? How do you know that?
Because that's what the historical documents show. He turned vegetarian, I believe it was 1939, just before he became dictator. All the rest of his life, the 50-some years that he'd already lived, was all carnivorous. Type away, research it all you want.
I think
and pound that keyboard with that aggression. Pound it, baby, pound it.
I think we'll have a musical. We'll have a musical interlude just to take a little break, and we'll come back. Okay, just let me press play on this then.
Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you? Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you? You're just memories of things you can't remember all that well.
You're just memories of things you can't remember all that well.
Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you? Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you? You're everything that's happened and everything that's happening, and none of it was or is ever under your control. Because you're just an eyeball
inside your mind.
You're just an eyeball
inside your mind.
It's disturbing to find your whole system is just reflexive actions. Biology interacting with the environment and society. You're just an eyeball
inside your mind.
You're just an eyeball
inside your mind.
Watching the world go by, you might be tormented until you go demented.
As your senses serve only to tell you bad news, bad news.
You're just an eyeball
inside your mind.
You're just an eyeball inside your mind.
With ears to listen as you talk, and feelers to feel as you walk.
Thinking to yourself,
wow, did I just say that?
Wow, did I just do that? Ow, 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 that hurts. You're just an eyeball that can suffer.
That can suffer.
It's a lonely life you see inside your fleshy entity.
It's a lonely life you see, imprisoned in a hole. Your soul, it cries in pain because you've gone insane.
Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you?
Who the fuck are you deep down? What the hell are you?
Just memories of things you can't remember
all that well.
Who just an eyeball
inside your mind.
watching the world go by.
Bye bye. And then you die.
Links in the chat if you want to come on. Chickpea, what have you got to say?
Yeah, well, you know I love your work. Love everything you do. You know that.
No, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about anything else.
Oh, sorry. Oh, where's that little man gone? The one with the moustache.
The Pero left. You couldn't take any more of your rampant hostility towards him.
He was being hostile to me.
There you go. It was a meeting in the middle.
Yes. Yeah. Well, you know how I feel. I'm one of those. Yeah. Yes. Hello, Pristine. No response.
Fatima.
No response.
Hey, GK. Sorry, I was just.
Okay.
Shelby went live.
What?
Oh, Shelby just went live. She's cool.
All right.
I just said hey to her. Yeah, I'm drinking a coffee.
All right.
Trying to relax. Had a rough morning.
Oh, what's happened?
Oh, it's alright, Chickpea. We can talk about it later. It's just personal stuff. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Just woke up on the wrong side of the bread loaf.
I know you feel.
I'll be right. You know how it is. You know,
There's
went out to
55
dinner
people.
with
55 people watching on X right now. Hello to all the people watching on X. Do say hello.
I know you feel, Pristine. I mean, the only thing that keeps me going is a love for silly cats. That's the only thing now. Nothing else gives me any pleasure. Nothing. Oh, I want to ask everybody, do you find a strange vibe in the air nowadays?
That's me every day. I feel it every day. It's always an off vibe, I feel, with like the world. Yeah, but that's just like a lot of things too, besides like the vibe in the air. It's just
But a
how
lot of people talking about it online now. There's a whole vibe in there. And is time going past for you, Fatima?
Oh, it always is. Yeah, like like ever since the sham, this sham,
a lot
like
of people say that.
lockdowns,
Yeah.
since the lockdowns, I just like seeing as I only worked sporadic jobs and I didn't even bother going to college. I just stayed in my area, in my apartment, and I moved from like another family's house to like this current apartment like 3 years ago. Yeah, so I was staying with family, so I go with them on like vacations, garden, camping. Yeah,
that's nice.
The
I used to like camping.
end soon. The show will end soon.
I used
Finding Gnosis will continue on X.com. Check out the Finding Gnosis X space where you can listen to further finding of Gnosis after the show. See you there! Finding Gnosis, now on X spaces at X.com.
As I was saying, Fatima, I used to like camping. It's fun, isn't it? Camping.
yeah, it is fun. Yeah,
I love it
camping is
myself.
great. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun to do.
Right,
Really
guys. We're going to go to X now. So this live stream will shut down, but then within a few minutes, an X space will start up. And whoever wants to can join everybody there for the kind of YouTube after party on X.
Oh, Pristy,
And
can I
you
ask?
can come along and speak there. It's a bit of a different place. There's different people. So come over to our side. But before we do that, We'll
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't believe
before we do that, we'll give closing remarks for this show here on YouTube. Pristine, would you like to give your closing remarks and invite people over to X?
Yes, please join us on X. Be there or be square. I'll say the correct terminology there. Yeah. See you there.
Yeah, the link is in the live chat on YouTube. If you are watching on X right now, just stick around and come on the X space that will start in a few minutes after we end here. Okay, Fatima, your closing remarks.
Thank you once again for hosting the show, and yes, thank you for conversation and dialogue. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you
Yes,
so
the dialogue
much.
tree.
Chickpea,
Yeah.
give your closing remarks.
You know, I can't believe it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you. X space, here we come, Chickpea.
What?
X space, here we come. Bye, everybody on YouTube. We're going to X.
You're becoming
Bye.
very ill-mannered, Grumps.
No, I'm not.